Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. This happened back in September of 2003. I was 16 years old and just starting my junior year when my father announced we'd be taking a family fishing trip to northern Quebec. Dad worked in the textile import business and had developed a friendship with a supplier in Montreal named Bernard Rousseau. They'd been corresponding for months about this expedition, planning to strengthen their business relationship over a shared love of fishing in the remote wilderness. Bernard was bringing his 17-year-old son, so Dad decided to bring me and my older sister Camille. We were 18 months apart and had always been inseparable. Our parents often called us the dynamic duo, because of our tendency to find trouble wherever we went. Mom thought the wilderness would be the perfect place to keep us out of mischief. The drive from our home in White Plains took 2 full days. We stayed overnight in a roadside motel just outside Montreal, where Dad reviewed maps with an intensity that made me nervous. These weren't ordinary road maps. They were topographical surveys covered in elevation lines and symbols I didn't recognize. The area we were heading to had more white space than marked features. "How far north are we going exactly?" Camille asked, peering over Dad's shoulder at the maze of blue lines representing waterways. "Far enough that cell phones won't work," Dad replied with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "That's the whole point. Complete disconnection from civilization." The next morning, we met Bernard at a Tim Hortons near the highway. He was a thick-set man with calloused hands and eyes that seemed permanently squinted from years of reading in poor light. His son, Pascal, appeared to be the stereotypical awkward teenager, all elbows and acne with thick glasses that he constantly adjusted. He barely made eye contact when we were introduced. As we drove north in convoy, the landscape began to change dramatically. The suburban sprawl of Montreal gave way to farmland, then smaller towns, then forests that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The highways became smaller roads, then gravel tracks that wound through terrain that looked increasingly untouched by human development. We stopped for lunch at a small diner where the waitress spoke rapid French and looked at us with barely concealed suspicion. Dad handled the conversation while Camille and I struggled with our high school French. The woman's expression softened slightly when she realized we were making an effort, but her smile never reached her eyes. She asked if we knew how dangerous the woods can be this time of year. Dad translated after she walked away. "Apparently there have been some incidents with wildlife lately." "What kind of incidents?" I asked, but Dad just shrugged and returned to his coffee. After lunch, we left the main road entirely. The track we followed was barely wide enough for 2 vehicles, carved through dense forest that pressed in on both sides. Occasionally, we'd pass massive logging trucks loaded with tree trunks so large they defied comprehension. The drivers never waved or acknowledged our presence. They just thundered past, leaving clouds of dust and diesel fumes in their wake. "Look at the size of those trees," Camille whispered, pressing her face to the window. "Some of them must be hundreds of years old." She was right. The forest we were passing through felt ancient, primordial. The trees were so tall, their tops disappeared into shadow, and the understory was so thick it appeared impenetrable. There were no hiking trails, no signs of human recreation, just endless wilderness that seemed to swallow the road ahead of us. As we drove deeper into this green maze, I began to feel a strange sense of unease. It wasn't just the isolation, though that was certainly part of it. There was something about the quality of the light filtering through the canopy. Something about the way shadows seemed to move when they should have been still, that made the hair on my arms stand up. "How much further?" I asked Dad, trying to keep my voice casual. He consulted his map again. "According to Bernard, we should reach the outfitter's station within the hour. From there, it's a boat ride to the island." Island. That was the first time anyone had mentioned we'd be staying on an island. Somehow, I'd imagined a lakeside cabin, maybe with hiking trails and other campers nearby. The reality was beginning to sound much more isolated than I'd prepared for. The outfitter's station, when we finally reached it, was little more than a weathered wooden building with a dock extending into a lake so large I couldn't see the opposite shore. The proprietor, a grizzled man named Dennis, spoke broken English and seemed surprised to see us. "You sure you want island?" he asked Dad repeatedly as we loaded our supplies into his boat. "Is very, how you say, alone out there. No other people for many kilometers." Dad assured him that isolation was exactly what we were looking for. As we putted away from the dock, I caught a glimpse of Dennis shaking his head and making the sign of the cross. The boat ride took nearly an hour, winding through a maze of channels and bays that all looked identical to my untrained eye. The water was so dark it appeared black, reflecting the overcast sky like a mirror. Occasionally we'd pass other islands, some with cabins, most completely wild. But as we traveled further from the outfitter's station, even these signs of civilization disappeared. The silence was oppressive. Our boat's motor was the only sound for miles, and when Dennis occasionally cut the engine to check his bearings, the quiet that descended felt almost supernatural. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Even the water lapped against our hull with a muffled quality that seemed to absorb sound rather than produce it. "Where are all the animals?" Camille asked, voicing what we were all thinking. Bernard said something to Dennis in rapid French. The old man's face grew serious as he responded, gesturing toward the shoreline with obvious agitation. "What did he say?" I pressed. "He says the animals have been different lately," Bernard translated reluctantly. "Moving in unusual patterns. Some species have disappeared entirely from areas where they were once common." "Disappeared how?" Dad asked, his business instincts picking up on something evasive in Bernard's tone. He's not sure. Dennis has been guiding in these waters for 30 years, and he says he's never seen anything like it. Before anyone could ask more questions, our destination came into view. The island was smaller than I'd imagined, perhaps 50 yards across at its widest point, with a single cabin situated near the center. A small dock extended from the eastern shore, with 2 aluminum rowboats tied alongside it. There was a woodpile, an outhouse, and not much else. The closest land was at least 200 yards away across dark water. As we approached the dock, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. The shoreline we were approaching was completely clear, just rocky beach and a few scattered boulders. But the mainland shore visible across the water was a wall of forest so dense it appeared solid, like a green-black curtain that started at the water's edge and extended upward beyond sight. Dennis helped us unload our supplies with efficient movements, but I could see he was eager to leave. He declined Dad's invitation to stay for coffee, muttering something about wanting to reach the outfitter's station before dark. As his boat disappeared into the maze of channels, the sound of its motor fading to nothing, the weight of our isolation settled over us like a physical thing. The cabin itself was more comfortable than I'd expected. 2 sets of bunk beds, a wood stove, a small kitchen area with a propane refrigerator, and windows that looked out over the water in 3 directions. Someone had carved dozens of names and dates into the wooden walls, previous visitors leaving evidence of their passage. Most of the dates were recent within the last decade, but some went back to the 1970s. "Look at this," Camille called from near the window facing the mainland. She was pointing to a carving that read, "Help Us, 1987, in letters that had been scratched deep into the wood with obvious desperation. "Probably just kids fooling around," Dad said, but his voice lacked conviction. Pascal, who had been quiet during the entire journey, spoke up for the first time. "My father and I came here last spring," he said in heavily accented English. "The fishing was strange then, too. The fish we caught had scars, deep scars, like something had tried to eat them but let them go." Bernard shot his son a sharp look. "Pascal exaggerates," he said quickly. "Boys his age have active imaginations." But Pascal continued, ignoring his father's obvious displeasure. "And the sounds at night. You'll hear them soon enough. They don't sound like any animal I know." "That's enough," Bernard snapped, and Pascal fell silent. but not before I caught the fear in his eyes. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in and preparing dinner. The men organized tackle boxes and discussed fishing strategies for the morning, while Camille and I explored the island's perimeter. It didn't take long. We could walk the entire shoreline in under 10 minutes. The island's interior was mostly flat, covered with scraggly grass and a few stunted pine trees that seemed to struggle in the shallow soil. But it was the view of the mainland that dominated everything. From every vantage point, we looked across dark water at an unbroken wall of forest that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "There's something wrong with those woods," Camille said quietly as we stood at the island's northwestern point. "Look how dark they are, even though it's still daylight." She was right. While the sky above us was merely overcast, the forest across the water appeared to exist in perpetual twilight. The trees were so densely packed that no light seemed to penetrate more than a few feet into their depths. "And look at the tree line," I added, pointing to where the forest met the water. "There's no beach, no transition zone. It's like the trees are growing right out of the water." As if responding to our scrutiny, a sound echoed across the lake from those dark woods. A low, resonant call that seemed to come from deep within the forest. It wasn't quite a howl, wasn't quite a groan, but something in between that made every muscle in my body tense. "What was that?" Camille whispered. Before I could answer, the sound came again, closer this time, and unmistakably answered by something else deeper in the woods. The call seemed to move through the forest in a pattern, as if multiple creatures were communicating across vast distances. We hurried back to the cabin as shadows began to lengthen across the water. Chapter 3. First Day Fishing. I woke before dawn to the sound of my father moving around the cabin, quietly preparing coffee and breakfast. The wood stove had burned down to coals during the night, and the cabin was cold enough that I could see my breath. Through the window, the lake surface was perfectly still, covered with a thin layer of mist that made the mainland shore barely visible. "Morning, sunshine," Dad whispered when he saw me stirring. "Want to help me get the fire going again?" I nodded and slipped out of my sleeping bag, careful not to wake Camille. As I fed kindling to the coals, Dad began preparing breakfast: bacon, toast, and coffee strong enough to wake the dead. I had never been much of an early riser, but there was something about the complete silence outside that made sleep seem impossible anyway. "Sleep well?" Dad asked, though something in his tone suggested he hadn't. "Did you hear those sounds last night?" I asked quietly. After we went to bed. Dad paused in his coffee preparation. "What kind of sounds?" "Like calling from across the water. It went on for hours." He was quiet for a long moment. "Old forests make strange noises," he said finally. "Trees settling, branches rubbing together in the wind. Sounds carry differently over water, too. They can seem closer than they really are." But I had been listening to those sounds for hours, and they definitely weren't trees settling. They had rhythm, pattern, almost like a language. And they had moved through the forest in ways that suggested intelligence behind them. Bernard and Pascal were already awake and organizing their fishing gear when Camille finally emerged from her sleeping bag. She looked as tired as I felt, with dark circles under her eyes and a distracted expression. "Bad dreams?" I asked her quietly while the men discussed their fishing strategy. "Weird dreams," she corrected. I kept dreaming I was swimming across the lake to the mainland. In the dream, I could see things moving in the forest, watching me. But I couldn't stop swimming toward them. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold morning air. I had experienced something similar, not exactly dreams, but a strange pulling sensation, as if something across the water was calling to me specifically. After breakfast, we loaded into the 2 aluminum rowboats. Dad and Bernard took one boat, while Pascal rowed Camille and me in the other. The plan was to fish the deeper waters near the center of the lake, where Bernard claimed the largest pike and walleye could be found. The mist was beginning to lift as we rowed away from the island, revealing more of the lake's vast expanse. In daylight, I could see that we were in the center of what must have been a massive body of water, surrounded on all sides by unbroken forest. There were no other islands visible, no cabins or docks, no signs that humans had ever visited this place before us. "How big is this lake?" I asked Pascal as he rowed with steady, practiced strokes. "No one knows exactly," he replied. "The maps show it connected to other lakes, but the connections are through swamps and channels that change with the water level. Some say it's part of a system that stretches for hundreds of kilometers." As we rowed further from the island, I began to notice something disturbing about the water itself. While the surface appeared normal, occasionally I could see dark shapes moving beneath us. Shadows that seemed too large and moved too purposefully to be fish. When I pointed this out to Pascal, he nodded grimly. "The water is very deep here," he said. "Dennis told my father it's over 100 meters in some places. No one has ever mapped the bottom." We reached our fishing spot and dropped anchor near a submerged rock formation that Bernard claimed was a favorite feeding area for large fish. The men immediately began setting up their elaborate fishing rigs, while Camille and I watched with mild interest. I had never been particularly enthusiastic about fishing, and this trip was proving no exception. The waiting was boring, the boat was uncomfortable, and there was something about being suspended over such deep, dark water that made me profoundly uneasy. Every few minutes I found myself scanning the mainland shore, looking for... what? I wasn't sure. "There," Camille said suddenly, pointing toward the eastern shore. "Did you see that?" I followed her gaze but saw only the wall of forest that surrounded the lake. "See what?" Something moved. Something big, just inside the tree line. Pascal looked up from his fishing rod with obvious alarm. "Where?" "Right there, near that dead tree that's leaning over the water. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and it was watching us." We all stared at the spot she indicated, but the forest remained still. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that she was right, that something was indeed watching us from the dark spaces between the trees. "Probably just a moose," Dad called from the other boat, though he was scanning the shoreline as intently as the rest of us. "Do moose stand upright on their hind legs?" Camille asked, and the question hung in the air unanswered. The fishing, when we finally focused on it, was unlike anything I had experienced before. The fish we caught were large and aggressive, but they also bore strange markings, scars and discolorations that Pascal had mentioned the day before. My first catch was a northern pike nearly 3 feet long, but across its flanks were 3 parallel gouges that looked like claw marks from something much larger than any fish. "What could have done this?" I asked, holding up the scarred pike. Bernard examined the fish with a troubled expression. "Bears sometimes fish these waters," he said, but his voice lacked conviction, or maybe large birds of prey. But the markings were too precise, too deep, and too numerous to be from random predator encounters. Nearly every fish we caught showed similar damage, some old and healed, others fresh enough that they were still bleeding. By midday, we had caught enough fish for several meals, but the strange condition of our catch had cast a shadow over what should have been a successful morning. As we rowed back toward the island for lunch, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder at the mainland shore, unable to shake the feeling that we were being observed. "I don't want to come out again this afternoon," I announced as we tied up at the dock. Dad looked surprised. "You caught the biggest fish of the morning. I thought you were starting to enjoy it." "It's not the fishing," I said, struggling to articulate my growing unease. "It's everything else. Something feels wrong out here." Camille nodded in agreement. "I want to stay on the island too. We can keep the fire going and start preparing dinner." Dad seemed disappointed, but didn't argue. Perhaps he had noticed our growing tension and decided not to force the issue. After lunch, the men and Pascal rowed out for an afternoon of fishing, leaving Camille and me alone on the island for the first time. That's when things began to get truly frightening. The afternoon sun should have made everything feel safer, more normal. Instead, as I watched the two boats disappear into the maze of bays and channels, the isolation pressed down on me like a weight. The island, which had seemed merely small before, now felt absurdly vulnerable. A tiny dot of land surrounded by vast expanses of dark water and hostile wilderness. Camille and I busied ourselves around the cabin, organizing supplies and feeding the wood stove, but our conversation kept trailing off into uncomfortable silences. Every few minutes, one of us would glance toward the mainland shore, as if expecting to see something that shouldn't be there. "I keep thinking about Pascal's story," Camille said as she arranged canned goods in the small pantry. "About the sounds at night. Do you think he was trying to scare us?" "Did he seem like the type to make up stories?" I asked. "He barely said 10 words the whole trip until yesterday." She considered this. "No, he seemed genuinely frightened, and his father was obviously angry that he brought it up." "Why would Bernard want to hide something like that?" "Maybe because he needs Dad's business. If there's really something dangerous up here and Dad found out about it..." She didn't finish the thought, but she didn't need to. Our family wasn't wealthy, but Dad's textile business was successful enough that losing a major supplier would hurt Bernard financially. I was contemplating this uncomfortable possibility when movement caught my eye. I was standing near the window that faced east toward the mainland, and for just a moment, I thought I saw something large shift among the trees near the water's edge. "Camille?" I called quietly. "Come look at this." She joined me at the window, and we both stared intently at the spot where I thought I'd seen movement. The forest appeared still, but there was something about the shadows between the trees that seemed different, deeper somehow, as if they were concealing something substantial. "I don't see anything," Camille said, but her voice was tense. "Just keep watching that area, near the fallen log that's half in the water." We stood there for several minutes, scanning the tree line with growing unease. The forest was so dense that even in broad daylight, it was impossible to see more than a few feet into its depths. Anything could be hiding in there, watching us, and we would never know. Then it moved. At first, it was just a shift in the pattern of shadows. So subtle I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But then it moved again, and this time there was no mistaking it for a trick of light. Something tall and dark was standing among the trees, partially concealed, but definitely present. "There," I whispered, pointing. "Do you see it now?" Camille's intake of breath told me she did. "Oh, God," she whispered. "What is that?" The figure, for lack of a better word, was roughly humanoid in shape, but wrong in proportions. It stood at least 7 feet tall, with elongated limbs, and what appeared to be an oversized head. It was too far away to make out details, but its posture suggested it was watching us with the same intensity we were watching it. "Is it human?" Camille asked, though her voice suggested she already knew the answer. "No," I said with certainty I couldn't explain. "Look at how it's standing. Look at the shape of its head." We watched in fascinated horror as the thing moved slightly, shifting its position among the trees but never stepping into full view. Its movements were fluid but somehow wrong, as if its joints bent in ways human joints shouldn't. "We should get Dad," Camille said, but neither of us moved toward the door. "He's too far away. By the time we could signal him, it'll be gone." As if responding to our conversation, the figure took a step closer to the water's edge. For the first time, we could see it clearly, and what we saw made my knees go weak. It was definitely not human. The head was elongated and appeared to be covered in coarse hair or fur. The arms were too long, hanging nearly to its knees, and ended in what looked like oversized hands. Most disturbing of all was its stance. It stood perfectly upright on 2 legs, but there was something in its posture that suggested it was equally comfortable on 4. "It's watching us," Camille said, and she was right. Even at this distance, there was no mistaking the direction of its attention. It stood motionless among the trees, focused entirely on our island. How long has it been there? I wondered aloud. How long has it been watching us without us knowing? The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. We had been so focused on the isolation, on being alone in the wilderness, that we hadn't considered the possibility that we weren't alone at all. That something had been observing us from the moment we arrived. As we watched, the creature raised one of its elongated arms and seemed to point directly at us. The gesture was so deliberate, so clearly directed, that it felt like a communication. Though what it was trying to communicate, I didn't want to know. "We need to get inside," Camille said, backing away from the window. "We need to lock the door and wait for Dad to come back." But I found myself unable to move. Despite my terror, I was transfixed by the thing across the water. There was something almost hypnotic about its presence, something that made me want to understand what it was, what it wanted. "Look," I said, pointing to the water between us and the creature. "How deep do you think it is right there?" "Why?" Camille asked, alarm creeping into her voice. "I'm just wondering, could it swim across? Could it reach us if it wanted to?" The question hung between us like a physical thing. The stretch of water that had seemed like protection now felt inadequate, insubstantial. If this thing was intelligent enough to use tools, strong enough to stand upright despite its obvious size, what would stop it from simply swimming to our island? As if reading my thoughts, the creature took another step toward the water, then another. It was now standing at the very edge of the lake, close enough that I could see the way water lapped around its feet. It appeared to be testing the depth, evaluating the distance to our island. "It's going to come across," Camille said, her voice rising in panic. "It's going to swim over here." But the creature didn't enter the water. Instead, it stood there for several more minutes, watching us with an intensity that felt almost physical. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it stepped backward into the forest and vanished among the trees. We stood at the window for a long time afterward, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. But the forest had returned to its previous stillness, as if nothing had happened at all. "Did we really see that?" Camille asked finally. "We both saw it," I confirmed, though part of me was already beginning to doubt my own memory. The whole encounter had a dreamlike quality that made it difficult to believe it had really occurred. We moved away from the window and sat at the small table in the center of the cabin. Neither of us spoke for several minutes, each lost in our own thoughts about what we had witnessed. "Should we tell Dad?" Camille asked eventually. I considered this. Would he believe us? Probably not. He'd think we were letting our imaginations run wild, being teenage girls alone in the wilderness. She was probably right. Dad was a practical man who dealt in facts and figures, import regulations, and shipping schedules. The idea that his daughters had seen some kind of unknown creature watching them from across a remote lake would likely strike him as the product of overactive adolescent minds. But what if it comes back? I asked. What if it was real, and it comes back tonight? Neither of us had an answer for that question. The men returned from their afternoon fishing expedition in high spirits, having caught several more large fish despite their strange condition. Dad was particularly pleased with a massive walleye that Bernard claimed was the largest he'd seen in years. Their enthusiasm provided a sharp contrast to the tension that had been building in Camille and me all afternoon. "You two look like you've seen a ghost," Pascal observed as they tied up the boats. His English was improving with practice, and his powers of observation were uncomfortably acute. "Just tired," Camille said quickly, shooting me a warning look. But as the evening progressed, our attempt to act normal became increasingly difficult. Every sound from outside made us jump. Every shadow that moved past the windows sent us into high alert. When the wind picked up after dinner, causing tree branches to scrape against the cabin's roof, I nearly knocked over my coffee cup. "Everything all right?" Dad asked, studying my face with concern. Just not used to all these wilderness sounds, I said, forcing a smile. It's a lot quieter here than at home. Bernard nodded knowingly. The silence takes getting used to. In Montreal, there's always traffic, always people. Out here, every small sound seems amplified. But it wasn't the small sounds that were bothering me. It was the absence of normal sounds, bird calls, insect noise, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. The forest across the water remained unnaturally quiet, as if everything living had fled the area. As darkness fell, we gathered around the wood stove to play cards and share stories. Pascal proved to be more talkative in the evening, telling us about his studies in biology and his plans to become a wildlife researcher. His knowledge of the local ecosystem was impressive and disturbing. This region has one of the highest biodiversity indexes in North America, he explained as we played poker with matchsticks for stakes. Or at least it used to. Recent surveys have shown dramatic population declines in multiple species. What kind of declines? Dad asked, his business instincts picking up on something significant. Birds, mostly. Songbirds, raptors, even scavengers like ravens. Some species that were common 5 years ago have virtually disappeared from these forests. What's causing it? Camille asked, though something in her voice suggested she didn't really want to know the answer. Pascal exchanged a look with his father before responding. The official explanation is climate change, habitat disruption from logging, pollution from mining operations upstream. But the pattern doesn't match what we'd expect from those causes. What do you mean? I pressed. The disappearances are too sudden, too complete, and they're not random. It's as if something is specifically targeting the animals that would normally sound warnings when predators are present. Bernard shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Pascal reads too many scientific journals, he said with forced lightness. Sometimes the simplest explanations are the correct ones. But Pascal continued, ignoring his father's obvious discomfort. And there are the reports from other guides, other fishing parties, strange sightings, unusual animal behavior. Dennis mentioned that 3 groups have cut their trips short this summer because of incidents. What kind of incidents? Dad asked, his voice taking on a sharper edge. Campers reporting feeling watched, finding unusual tracks around their sites, hearing sounds that don't match any known wildlife. One group from Toronto claimed something large was circling their camp all night, just outside the range of their flashlights. I felt my stomach clench. Did they see what it was? They said it was tall, moved on 2 legs, and seemed to be studying them rather than hunting them, like it was trying to understand what they were. The cabin fell silent except for the crackling of the fire. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving us in the absolute quiet that I was beginning to associate with this place. But tonight, the silence felt different. Expectant, as if something was waiting. Well, Dad said finally, I think that's enough ghost stories for one evening. We should get some rest if we want to get an early start tomorrow. But even as we prepared for bed, I could see that Pascal's stories had affected everyone. Bernard seemed nervous, constantly glancing toward the windows. Dad checked the door locks twice, something I'd never seen him do at home. Even Camille, who usually fell asleep instantly, lay in her bunk staring at the ceiling. I was just beginning to drift off when the sound started. At first it was just a low rumble, so quiet I thought it might be distant thunder. But thunder doesn't maintain a steady rhythm, and thunder doesn't seem to move through the landscape in patterns. This sound was clearly communication, not random noise, but purposeful calls and responses echoing across the water. Are you hearing this? Camille whispered from the bunk above me. Yes, I whispered back, grateful that I wasn't imagining it. The sounds were coming from multiple directions now, surrounding the lake with a chorus of deep, resonant calls that seemed to vibrate through the water and into the island itself. They varied in pitch and duration, but there was an unmistakable structure to them, as if different voices were contributing to a complex conversation. From Dad's bunk came a sharp intake of breath. What in God's name? He murmured. They do this every night, Pascal said quietly from his corner of the cabin. Sometimes for hours. Why didn't you warn us? Dad demanded, sitting up in his bunk. Would you have believed me? Pascal replied. Would you have come if I'd told you that something unknown lives in these forests and calls to itself all night long? The sounds grew louder, more insistent. Through the thin walls of the cabin, we could hear them clearly now. Not just calls, but what sounded almost like language. Different tones, different rhythms, as if multiple entities were engaged in complex communication across vast distances. It's all around us, Camille observed, her voice tight with fear. The sounds are coming from every direction. She was right. Whatever was making these calls had positioned itself around the entire perimeter of the lake. We were surrounded, isolated in the center of some kind of gathering that we didn't understand. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, the sounds stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. It felt heavy, pregnant with menace, as if something had been decided and we were about to discover what it was. Stay in your bunks, Dad ordered quietly. Don't go near the windows. But even as he spoke, we could hear something new, the sound of water lapping against our dock, but with a rhythm that suggested movement rather than waves. Something was in the water, something large enough to displace substantial amounts of liquid as it moved. It's circling the island, Pascal whispered, just like the Toronto group described. The sound continued for what felt like hours, steady, methodical, as if something was conducting a thorough reconnaissance of our position. Occasionally we'd hear other sounds, the scrape of something against the dock, the creak of the rowboats as they were moved by whatever was in the water, splashing that seemed too controlled to be natural. None of us slept that night. We lay in our bunks, listening to the sounds of something unknown examining our refuge, testing our defenses, learning everything it needed to know about us. When dawn finally came, the sounds faded with the darkness. But as I looked out the window at the calm surface of the lake, I could see clear evidence that our nocturnal visitor had been real. The rowboats had been moved, turned around so they faced the mainland instead of the open water. And around the perimeter of the island, the muddy shore was marked with tracks, large elongated impressions that definitely hadn't been made by human feet. Morning brought no relief from the tension that had been building since our arrival. If anything, daylight made our situation feel more precarious. The evidence of our nighttime visitor was undeniable. The rearranged boats, the strange tracks in the mud, and most disturbing of all, what appeared to be deliberate arrangements of stones and driftwood around the island's perimeter. Someone's playing a prank, Dad said, but his voice lacked conviction as he examined the tracks. They were unlike anything in his experience, roughly human in shape but nearly twice the size, with what appeared to be claw marks at the toe ends. What kind of person could make tracks this large? Camille asked, kneeling beside one of the clearest impressions. And how would they get here without a boat? Bernard was studying the stone arrangements with obvious distress. These patterns, he murmured to himself in French, then switched to English. These are organized, purposeful. What do you mean? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. In my culture, we have stories about markers, signs left by things that want to communicate, but don't use human language. These stones, they're arranged in specific ways. What are they trying to communicate? Dad asked, his practical mind still looking for rational explanations. Bernard hesitated. Territory, ownership, warning. Pascal, who had been quiet during this discussion, suddenly spoke up. We should leave. Today. Now. Don't be ridiculous, Dad said. We're paid for 3 days, and we've only been here 2. Besides, there's a logical explanation for all of this. What logical explanation? I challenged. What person or animal could do all this without us hearing them land on the island? And why would they rearrange our boats to face the mainland? Dad didn't have an answer for that. Despite the mounting evidence that something was very wrong, the men decided to continue with their planned fishing expedition. I think Dad was determined not to let his business relationship with Bernard be damaged by what he still insisted on treating as unexplained but ultimately harmless phenomena. Camille and I refused to leave the island again. The idea of being on the open water, exposed and vulnerable, was too terrifying to contemplate. We would stay at the cabin, keep the fire going, and try to make sense of what was happening to us. "Don't go far from shore," I begged Dad as they prepared to launch the boats. "Stay where we can see you." He promised they would, but as we watched them row away, they quickly disappeared into the maze of channels and bays that made up the lake system. Within minutes, we were alone again, surrounded by dark water and hostile wilderness. The day passed slowly. Camille and I took turns standing watch at different windows, scanning the mainland shore for any sign of movement. We saw nothing concrete, but the feeling of being observed never left us. It was as if the forest itself had eyes, as if every shadow concealed something watching, waiting, evaluating. Around midday, we made a discovery that sent our fear into new territory. While organizing the supplies, Camille found a notebook that had been left behind by previous visitors. Most of the entries were routine: fishing reports, weather observations, complaints about insects. But the final entry, dated just 2 months earlier, was different. Day 3. Something wrong here. Jim saw it first, near the big pine on North Shore. Tall, wrong shape, watching us. "Tracks around camp this morning. Sarah wants to leave, but boat won't start. Engine turns over, but won't catch. It's like something doesn't want us to go. Getting dark again. Can hear them calling to each other. More than one now. God help us if they decide to swim across." The entry ended there, with no indication of how the situation resolved. "Do you think they made it out?" Camille asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The notebook's still here," I pointed out. "Either they left in a hurry or—" I didn't finish the thought. Neither of us wanted to consider the alternatives. As the afternoon wore on, our nervousness increased. The men had been gone for hours, much longer than planned. From our vantage point on the island, we could see portions of the lake, but not the areas where they typically fished. If something had happened to them, we would have no way of knowing. "What if they don't come back?" Camille asked as shadows began to lengthen across the water. "They'll come back," I said with more confidence than I felt. Dad's too stubborn to let anything stop him from keeping his word. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, our confidence wavered. The absolute silence that had characterized this place since our arrival seemed to intensify as darkness approached. Even the wind died down, leaving the surface of the lake perfectly still. That's when we heard the sound of an engine. Relief flooded through me as one of the aluminum boats came into view, Bernard at the oars while Dad worked the small outboard motor. But as they drew closer, I could see that something was wrong. They were rowing frantically, and both men kept looking over their shoulders as if something was pursuing them. The second boat was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Pascal?" Camille called as they reached the dock. "Get inside!" Dad shouted instead of answering. "Now! Get everything inside!" We helped them haul the boat onto shore and carry their equipment into the cabin. Both men were pale and breathing hard, as if they'd been rowing at maximum speed for hours. "Where's the other boat?" I demanded once we were inside with the door locked. "Where's Pascal?" Bernard collapsed into a chair, his head in his hands. "Gone," he said in a broken voice. "The boat is gone. Pascal is gone." "What do you mean, gone?" Camille asked, though her voice suggested she didn't want to know the answer. Dad set up the wood stove with shaking hands. "We were fishing in the deep water, about a mile north of here. Pascal and I were in one boat, Bernard in the other. Everything was normal until about 3 o'clock. That's when the fish stopped biting," Bernard continued. "All at once, like someone had flipped a switch. The lake went completely dead. Then we heard the calls, Dad said. Just like last night, but during the day. Coming from the shore all around us. Pascal started getting agitated, Bernard explained. He kept saying we needed to leave, that they were getting ready to do something. I told him to calm down, but then he trailed off, unable to continue. Then what? I pressed. Dad took over the story. Something surfaced near Pascal's boat, something large. We only saw it for a few seconds before it went back down, but it was big enough to create waves that rocked both boats. What did it look like? Camille asked. Dark, Bernard said. Very dark and much larger than any fish. It moved intelligently, with purpose. Pascal panicked, Dad continued. He started rowing towards shore, saying he was going to beach the boat and walk back to the outfitter's station. We tried to follow him, but he was rowing like his life depended on it. What happened then? I asked, though I was beginning to dread the answer. He made it about halfway to shore, Bernard said, his voice barely audible. Then something grabbed his boat from underneath. We saw it lift partially out of the water, saw Pascal try to fight whatever had hold of it. Then the boat went under, and Pascal went with it. The cabin fell silent except for the crackling of the fire. Outside, darkness was settling over the lake like a blanket. Did you see him surface? Camille asked desperately. Did you try to help him? We searched for over an hour, Dad said. Called his name, dove in the water where we last saw him. There was nothing. The boat, Pascal, everything just disappeared. It wasn't an accident, Bernard said suddenly, his voice filled with conviction. Whatever lives in this lake, whatever's been watching us, it took my son deliberately, and now it knows we're here alone. As if in response to his words, the night sounds began. The deep, resonant calls echoing across the water from multiple directions. But tonight they sounded different, more urgent, more coordinated, and they were definitely getting closer. None of us slept that night. We huddled in the cabin listening to the sounds outside, not just the calling now, but splashing, movement in the water around our island, and occasionally the scrape of something large against our dock. Several times we heard what sounded like tentative scratching at the cabin walls, as if something was testing the strength of our shelter. They're learning about us, Bernard said during one of the quiet periods. Studying our defenses, figuring out how to get inside. You're anthropomorphizing, Dad insisted, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Animals don't plan complex attacks. These aren't animals, Bernard replied. At least not animals as we understand them. Around 3 a.m, the sounds changed character entirely. Instead of the random calling and movement we'd grown accustomed to, we began to hear what could only be described as organized activity. Rhythmic splashing suggested multiple entities moving in coordinated patterns around the island. The calls became shorter, sharper, more like commands than conversation. They're organizing, I whispered, voicing what we were all thinking. Through the small window that faced the mainland, we could see lights. Not electric lights, but a strange phosphorescent glow that seemed to move through the forest at about head height. The lights appeared and disappeared among the trees, sometimes single points, sometimes clusters, always moving with purpose. Bioluminescence, Bernard murmured, pressing his face to the window. Some deep water species can produce their own light. But we're not underwater, Camille pointed out. We're looking at the forest. The implications of that observation settled over us like ice water. Whatever was producing those lights was equally comfortable in aquatic and terrestrial environments. Whatever we were dealing with, it wasn't bound by the limitations that constrained normal wildlife. As dawn approached, the activity around our island intensified. We could hear multiple large bodies moving through the water, could feel the cabin shaking slightly as heavy impacts struck the dock. At one point, something began testing the door, pushing against it with increasing force, until Dad threw his full weight against it to keep it closed. "The motor," he said suddenly. "If we can get to the boat, start the motor." "They'll be waiting for that," Bernard said. "Whatever happened to Pascal will happen to us. We can't just sit here and wait for them to break in," Dad argued. But that's exactly what we did. We sat in the growing daylight, listening to the sounds of multiple entities exploring every inch of our tiny refuge, testing every possible entry point, learning everything they needed to know about our position. When full daylight finally arrived, the sounds gradually faded. Whatever was out there seemed to prefer darkness for its activities, but the silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of something waiting, something patient enough to bide its time until conditions were optimal. "We need to signal for help," Camille said as we cautiously peered out the windows. "Dennis said he'd be back to check on us." "When?" Dad asked. "Tomorrow. He said he'd return tomorrow to pick us up." "That's assuming he comes at all," Bernard said grimly. "And assuming we last until tomorrow." I was studying the shoreline through binoculars when I saw something that made my stomach clench. "There are more tracks," I announced, "all around the island, and they're different." The others joined me at the window to look. The muddy shore that surrounded our island was now covered with tracks, not just the large elongated prints we'd seen before, but smaller ones, different shapes, as if multiple species had visited us during the night. "It's like a conference," Camille observed with dark humor. "They all came to discuss what to do about us." "Don't joke," Bernard snapped. "My son is dead because of these things, and we're next if we don't find a way out of here." But what options did we have? Our remaining boat had a small outboard motor, but we'd seen what had happened to Pascal when he tried to escape across the water. The island offered no hiding places, no defensive positions except the cabin itself, and we had food and water for perhaps another day, certainly not long enough to wait for rescue. "There's something else," I said, continuing to scan the shoreline with the binoculars. "Some of the trees near the water's edge have been modified." "What do you mean?" Dad asked, taking the binoculars from me. "Branches broken off at specific heights, bark stripped in patterns. It's like they're marking territory or leaving messages." Dad studied the modified trees for several minutes before lowering the binoculars with a troubled expression. "You're right. That's not random damage. Someone, or something, is deliberately altering the landscape." The day passed with agonizing slowness. We took turns on watch duty, scanning the lake and forest for any sign of movement. The water remained perfectly calm, the forest unnaturally still, but the feeling of being observed never left us. It was as if hundreds of eyes were watching our every move, waiting for the right moment to act. Around midday, we made a decision that probably saved our lives. Instead of waiting for whatever lived in the lake to make the next move, we decided to actively prepare for the coming night. We moved all the furniture in the cabin to barricade the door and windows. We prepared weapons, kitchen knives, a hatchet for splitting wood, anything that might serve as a defense. Most importantly, we developed a plan. "If they break in," Dad said, "we don't try to fight them in here. We run for the boat immediately. No hesitation, no looking back. Our only chance is to reach the motor and get far enough from shore that they can't reach us." "What about Dennis?" Camille asked. "If he comes to pick us up and finds the cabin destroyed?" "Then he'll know what happened here," Bernard said, "and maybe he'll warn others to stay away." As the afternoon wore on, we began to notice subtle changes in our environment. The water around the island, which had been clear enough to see the bottom in shallow areas, was becoming darker, more opaque. The air itself seemed thicker, carrying unfamiliar scents that reminded me of deep ocean environments despite our inland location. "They're changing the chemistry of the lake," Bernard observed, studying a sample of water we'd drawn from near the dock. "Increasing the salinity, altering the pH, making it more suitable for whatever they are." "That's impossible," Dad protested. "It would take industrial equipment to alter the chemistry of a body of water this size." "Unless they're doing it biologically," Bernard countered. "Some marine organisms can dramatically alter their local environment through metabolic processes. If there are enough of them." The implications were staggering. We weren't dealing with a few isolated creatures. We were dealing with an entire ecosystem, one that was actively reshaping the lake to suit its needs. As sunset approached, we made our final preparations. The boat was positioned for immediate escape, with the motor primed and ready to start. We had identified the fastest route from the cabin to the dock. Each of us knew our role in the escape plan. All we had to do was survive until Dennis arrived the following day. But as darkness fell and the calling began again, louder, more coordinated, more urgent than ever before, I began to doubt whether any of us would see another sunrise. The final night was unlike anything we had experienced before. The sounds that surrounded our island weren't just calls anymore. They were a symphony of communication that suggested intelligence, organization, and most terrifyingly, planning. Through the thin walls of the cabin, we could hear what sounded like deliberate consultation, as if multiple entities were discussing strategies in a language we couldn't understand. Around midnight, they began testing our defenses in earnest. The first assault came against the door. Not random pushing or scratching, but systematic pressure applied at specific points: the hinges, the frame, the lock mechanism. Whatever was out there understood how human construction worked and was methodically testing for weaknesses. "They're problem-solving," Bernard whispered as we huddled in the center of the cabin, weapons ready. "They understand cause and effect." When the door held, they turned their attention to the windows. We could hear something moving around the exterior of the cabin, testing each window in turn. The barricades we'd erected held, but we could see them flexing under pressure as whatever was outside pushed against them with increasing force. Then came the sound that nearly broke our resolve entirely. Footsteps on the roof. Something large was moving across the cabin's roof with deliberate, measured steps. We could track its progress by the creaking of the wooden beams overhead. It moved from one end of the cabin to the other, then back again, as if studying the structure from above. "The chimney," Dad said suddenly. "They're going to try to come down the chimney." We turned our attention to the wood stove, where we could hear scratching sounds coming from the flue. But the opening was too small for anything substantial to pass through, and the fire we kept burning would deter most attempts at entry. The siege continued for hours. Sustained pressure against the door and windows, movement on the roof, splashing in the water as multiple entities circled the island. At one point, we heard what sounded like tools being used, scraping, grinding sounds that suggested they were trying to create new entry points. "They're adapting," I observed with growing terror, learning from each failed attempt. But our barricades held. The cabin, despite its rustic construction, proved surprisingly resilient against whatever was trying to get inside. As dawn approached, the attacks gradually ceased, leaving us exhausted, but alive in the growing daylight. When we finally dared to look outside, the evidence of the night's assault was undeniable. The doorframe was gouged with deep scratches. The window barriers showed impact marks from something with substantial strength. Most disturbing of all, we found tools around the perimeter of the cabin. Crude implements that appeared to be made from stones and driftwood, but shaped with obvious intelligence for specific purposes. "They're not just intelligent," Bernard said as he examined one of the tools. "They're advancing, learning to use implements to modify their environment." We were still processing this discovery when we heard the sound of a boat engine in the distance. Dennis had come to rescue us, exactly as promised. Relief flooded through me as his boat came into view, but it was tempered by the knowledge that we had to reach him safely. The stretch of water between our island and Dennis's boat suddenly seemed vast and filled with potential danger. "All together," Dad commanded as we gathered at the dock. "No one gets left behind." Our escape was a nightmare of terror and adrenaline. We launched our boat and started the motor without incident, but as soon as we began moving toward Dennis, the water around us erupted with activity. Dark shapes moved beneath the surface, sometimes bumping against our hull with impacts that threatened to capsize us. "Faster!" Bernard shouted as Dad opened the throttle to maximum. The things in the water were keeping pace with us, rising occasionally to the surface where we could catch glimpses of massive forms that defied easy description. They were pursuing us with obvious coordination, trying to herd us toward deeper water where they would have the advantage. Dennis, seeing our distress, gunned his own engine and came to meet us halfway. The final minutes of our escape played out like a scene from a nightmare. Two small boats racing across dark water while unknown entities circled beneath us, trying to prevent our escape. We made it. Barely. But we made it. The ride back to the outfitter's station passed in silence. Dennis asked no questions about Pascal's absence, and we offered no explanations. Some truths are too large, too impossible to share with someone who wasn't there to witness them. The drive home was equally quiet. Bernard had lost his son and aged 10 years in 3 days. Dad's business relationship was obviously over, though neither man spoke about the financial implications. Camille and I sat in the back seat, watching the wilderness gradually give way to civilization, trying to process what we had experienced. It wasn't until we reached Montreal that anyone spoke about what had happened. "No one will believe us," Camille said as we stopped for gas. "Maybe that's for the best," Dad replied. "Maybe some things are better left unknown." But I couldn't accept that. Pascal had died out there, and something had to be done to prevent it from happening to others. When we reached home, I began researching the area where we'd been fishing. What I found was disturbing. Over the past decade, there had been a steady pattern of disappearances in that region. Fishing parties that failed to return, solo campers who vanished without trace, guides who went missing during routine trips. The official explanations varied: equipment failure, falls into deep water, attacks by known predators, but the pattern was unmistakable. Something in those remote forests and lakes was taking people. I tried to contact authorities to report what we had seen and experienced. But Dad was right. No one believed us. The story was too fantastic, too far outside normal experience. Officials politely took my statements and filed them away, probably assuming I was suffering from trauma-induced hallucinations. Bernard returned to Montreal and never contacted us again. Through business acquaintances, Dad learned that he had sold his textile operation and moved away from Quebec entirely. He never spoke publicly about his son's disappearance, and Pascal was officially listed as a drowning victim. Years have passed since that trip. I've finished high school, graduated from college, started a career. I've traveled extensively, visited wilderness areas around the world, even returned to northern Canada on several occasions. But I've never been back to that specific lake, never tried to retrace our route to that isolated island. Sometimes, though, I find myself studying maps of northern Quebec, trying to identify the exact location where we encountered whatever those things were. Part of me wants to organize a proper expedition, to return with cameras and recording equipment, to document the evidence and force the world to acknowledge what exists in those remote waters. But a larger part of me remembers the fear, the absolute helplessness we felt during those 3 days. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some truths are too dangerous to pursue. Whatever lives in that lake, it's still there. Still watching. Still waiting for the next group of unsuspecting visitors to venture into its territory. And someday, God help us all, someone else will discover what we discovered. Someone else will experience the terror of being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. I only pray that when that day comes, they're better prepared than we were. The wilderness keeps its secrets. But sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet and still, I can almost hear those deep, resonant calls echoing across the water, reminding me that some places on Earth don't belong to us. They never did. My name is Jordan, and for 7 years I served as a park ranger in one of America's most remote wilderness areas. I won't specify the exact location, not because I'm trying to be mysterious, but because I don't want to lose what little pension I managed to secure after leaving the service under less than ideal circumstances. What I'm about to share with you happened between 2016 and 2023, during some of the most terrifying years of my life. I was 24 when I first put on that olive green uniform, fresh out of college with a degree in environmental science and stars in my eyes about protecting America's natural heritage. I thought I knew what danger looked like in the wilderness: bears, mountain lions, sudden weather changes, maybe the occasional lost hiker or poacher. I was prepared for nature's documented threats, the ones they teach you about in training courses and orientation videos. I wasn't prepared for the things that exist in the spaces between what we understand and what we refuse to acknowledge. The woods I patrolled covered over 200,000 acres of dense forest, winding trails, and terrain so remote that cell service was a luxury found only at the main station. Most days you'd be alone for hours, sometimes entire shifts, with nothing but your radio and whatever equipment you could carry. The isolation was part of what drew me to the job initially. I'd always been more comfortable with trees than people, more at peace listening to wind through branches than the constant noise of city life. During my first month on the job, I noticed things that seemed off but explainable. Sounds that didn't quite match the animals that supposedly made them. Tracks that led nowhere or stopped abruptly without any logical reason. Areas where the temperature would drop 20 degrees in a matter of steps, leaving you shivering in what should have been warm afternoon sunlight. The other rangers would exchange glances when these topics came up, but nobody ever offered explanations. "You'll learn," was the most common response I got to my questions. "Give it time." I thought they were referring to experience, to developing the instincts that come with years of working in the wilderness. I thought they meant I'd learn to identify the subtle differences between a mountain lion's call and a fox's scream, or that I'd develop the ability to read weather patterns and animal behavior with the precision that comes from daily observation. I had no idea they meant I'd learn that there are things in those woods that shouldn't exist, things that have been there longer than any human presence, watching and waiting and occasionally revealing themselves to those unlucky enough to stumble into their domain. The first sign that my new career would be anything but ordinary came during my 3rd week on the job. I was partnered with Rodriguez, a 15-year veteran who'd been assigned to show me the ropes on the more remote trails. We'd been walking for about 2 hours when we came across a campsite that hadn't been there the day before. Rodriguez swore he'd walked this exact path less than 24 hours earlier. The campsite itself wasn't unusual. A small tent, a fire ring with cold ashes, some scattered gear. What made it strange was the absolute silence that surrounded it. No birds, no insects, no wind moving through the leaves overhead. The air felt thick, almost solid, like walking through invisible molasses. Rodriguez stopped about 30 feet from the tent and held up his hand for me to do the same. "Something's wrong," he whispered, though in that unnatural quiet his voice seemed to carry for miles. We stood there for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, watching the tent for any sign of movement. Finally, Rodriguez called out in his official ranger voice, announcing our presence and asking if anyone needed assistance. No response. He tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. Standard protocol required us to investigate, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to walk away. The longer we stood there, the more wrong everything felt. The tent wasn't moving in what should have been a light breeze. The fire ring showed signs of recent use, but there was no smell of smoke in the air. Most unsettling of all, I couldn't see our footprints in the soft dirt behind us, though I clearly remembered the effort it had taken to walk through the loose soil. Rodriguez made the decision to approach, and I followed, though every step felt like moving through increasingly thick air. When we reached the tent, he called out one more time before unzipping the entrance flap. The tent was empty. Not just empty, it was pristine. No sleeping bag, no personal items, no sign that anyone had ever used it. The inside looked like it had just come off a showroom floor, complete with that chemical smell of new synthetic materials. But the tent itself showed signs of weather wear on the outside, faded colors, and small tears that suggested months or years of use. We spent another 20 minutes searching the immediate area, looking for any sign of where the camper might have gone. We found nothing, no footprints leading away from the site, no abandoned gear hidden in the surrounding brush, no indication that anyone had ever been there except for the tent itself. When we returned to the station that evening, Rodriguez filed a report about an abandoned campsite and noted its GPS coordinates for follow-up. But during the entire walk back, he'd been unusually quiet, and I caught him looking over his shoulder more than once. That night, I asked him directly what he thought had happened. "Some questions don't have answers you want to hear," he told me. "And some answers don't help you sleep better at night." The next morning, we returned to the site to remove the abandoned tent. The entire area was empty. No tent, no fire ring, no sign that anything had ever been there. The ground was covered with undisturbed leaf litter that looked like it had been accumulating for years. Rodriguez took GPS readings 3 times to make sure we were in the right location. We were. That was my first real lesson in what the job would actually entail. Not just protecting visitors from the known dangers of the wilderness, but learning to navigate around the unknown dangers that had no explanation and no solution. Rodriguez never spoke about what happened that day, but I noticed he always chose different routes when we patrolled that area in the future. I should have paid more attention to his example. The incident that truly opened my eyes to the reality of what lurked in those woods happened 6 weeks into my employment. It was late September 2016, and the autumn colors were just beginning to paint the landscape in shades of red and gold. I was still considered a junior ranger, which meant I was rarely sent out alone on anything more complex than routine trail maintenance or basic visitor assistance calls. When the call came in about screaming sounds coming from the deep forest, I was expecting to spend my afternoon tracking down a mountain lion or possibly a fox caught in a trap. These calls were routine. Animals in distress often produce sounds that can be mistaken for human voices, and we'd typically locate the source, assess the situation, and either provide assistance or determine that nature should be allowed to take its course. What made this call unusual was Chief Warren's decision to accompany me. Warren had been running the park for over 20 years, and in my short time there, I'd never seen him participate in routine wildlife calls. He was a man in his late 50s with gray hair and the kind of weathered face that comes from decades of outdoor work. But his eyes held a sharpness that suggested he'd seen things that went far beyond standard park management. "Mind if I tag along?" he asked when I was preparing to head out. "Been behind a desk too much lately. Could use the exercise." I was flattered. Having the chief take interest in my work felt like a sign that I was making a good impression. We set off together, making casual conversation about my adjustment to the job and my impressions of the park. Warren was easy to talk to, and I found myself relaxing despite the strange nature of his involvement in such a routine call. The screaming sounds we'd been called to investigate were coming from about 2 miles north of the main trail system, in an area where few visitors ventured due to the difficult terrain and lack of marked paths. As we walked, I could hear the sounds in the distance. High-pitched wails that did indeed sound like an animal in distress, though something about the rhythm and tone seemed off in a way I couldn't quite identify. "Sounds like a mountain lion," I said, trying to demonstrate my developing knowledge of local wildlife. Warren nodded but didn't respond immediately. When he did speak, his tone had shifted from casual to serious. "You know, Jordan, one thing you'll learn in this job is to take every call seriously, no matter how routine it seems. You never know what you're going to find out here." At the time, I thought he was giving me general advice about being thorough and professional. I had no way of knowing he was preparing me for what we were about to encounter. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when the screaming sounds suddenly stopped. Not gradually, not fading into the distance. They simply ceased as if someone had thrown a switch. The silence that followed was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just the absence of the screaming, it was the absence of everything. No bird songs, no insect buzz, no rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to have died completely, leaving the trees motionless against the gray sky. I stopped walking and listened, straining to hear anything that might indicate what had happened to the animal we'd been tracking. Warren stopped as well, but his posture had changed. Where moments before he'd been walking casually, hands swinging freely at his sides, now he stood rigid, alert, his head tilted slightly as if listening for something specific. "Chief?" I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I felt the need to whisper. He held up one hand, gesturing for silence, his eyes scanning the tree line around us with an intensity that made my stomach tighten with sudden anxiety. The silence stretched on, becoming more oppressive with each passing second. I began to wonder if something had happened to my hearing. The complete absence of sound was so absolute that it felt unnatural, wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. Then the buzzing started. It began as a low vibration, barely perceptible, like the distant hum of electrical equipment. But it grew rapidly in intensity, until I could feel it resonating through my entire body. My teeth began to ache, and I had to clench my jaw to keep them from chattering. The vibration seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding us and penetrating us until I felt like my bones were going to shake apart. My vision began to blur, and I rubbed my eyes, thinking something had gotten into them. But the blurring wasn't from debris. The entire world seemed to be vibrating, creating a disorienting effect that made it difficult to focus on anything. I looked at Warren and saw that he was experiencing the same thing, but his expression showed no surprise, only a grim determination that suggested he'd encountered this phenomenon before. The buzzing intensified until it reached a level that was physically painful. I wanted to cover my ears, but I found that the sound wasn't just auditory, it was coming from inside my head, resonating through my skull in a way that made me feel nauseous and disoriented. I was beginning to panic, wondering if we were experiencing some kind of seismic event or electrical storm, when I saw movement in the tree line ahead of us. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the eye caused by the visual distortion from the buzzing. But as I watched, the shadow separated itself from the darkness between the trees and stepped into the small clearing where we stood. The figure was tall, at least 7 feet, and completely black. Not just dark-clothed, but black in a way that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. It moved with a fluid grace that was somehow wrong, as if its joints bent in directions that human joints shouldn't bend. As it emerged fully from the tree line, it paused and seemed to survey us with an intelligence that was both alien and malevolent. Then it opened what I assumed was its mouth and released the same screaming sound we'd been tracking, but amplified to a volume that made my ears ring and my vision blur even more severely. The sound was coming from this thing, but it was also still coming from inside my head, creating a double effect that was overwhelming and terrifying. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. My legs were tensed, my heart was pounding, and I could feel adrenaline flooding my system in preparation for flight. But before I could move, Warren's hand clamped down on my arm with surprising strength, his fingers digging into my bicep hard enough to leave bruises. Without taking his eyes off the figure, he leaned close to my ear and spoke in a voice so calm it was almost conversational. "Don't run. Don't talk. Don't look back. Just keep walking." The absolute composure in his voice was more unsettling than the creature itself. This wasn't a man facing the unknown. This was a man following a protocol he'd learned through experience. Warren knew what this thing was, or at least how to handle an encounter with it, and that knowledge was somehow more terrifying than ignorance would have been. The creature had stopped screaming and was now moving toward us in a way that defied easy description. It wasn't walking or running. It was flowing across the ground like liquid shadow, covering distance with a speed that should have been impossible for something moving on what appeared to be legs. But despite its rapid approach, Warren began walking away at a normal pace, his hand still gripping my arm, guiding me along beside him. Every fiber of my being wanted to break free from his grip and run as fast as I could. The thing was gaining on us, and Warren's casual walking pace seemed like suicide. But something in his demeanor convinced me to trust his judgment, even though I couldn't understand the logic behind it. The walk back to the main trail was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I could hear the creature following us, sometimes close enough that I could feel its presence like a cold pressure against my back, sometimes far enough away that I could almost convince myself it had lost interest. But Warren never altered his pace, never looked back, never showed any sign of the terror that was coursing through my veins. The buzzing in my head continued throughout the entire retreat, varying in intensity but never completely disappearing. My vision remained blurred, and I had to trust Warren's guidance to keep from stumbling over roots and rocks. Several times I felt something brush against the back of my neck, light touches that could have been wind or branches but felt deliberately placed. Finally, gradually, the normal sounds of the forest began to return. Bird songs filtered back into the air, insects resumed their buzzing, and a light breeze stirred the leaves overhead. The oppressive silence that had marked the creature's presence was lifting, and with it, the vibration in my skull began to fade. When we reached the main trail, Warren finally released my arm and continued walking without speaking. I stopped and turned around, looking back toward the area we'd left, but saw nothing unusual. The forest looked normal, peaceful even, giving no indication of what we'd just encountered. Warren continued walking toward the main station as if nothing had happened, his pace steady and his expression neutral. I stood on the trail for several seconds, staring back into the woods and trying to process what I'd just experienced. My hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat cooling on my forehead despite the mild autumn temperature. When I finally caught up with Warren, I was full of questions that came pouring out in a rush of confused words and half-formed sentences. What was that thing? Had he seen it before? Was it some kind of animal? Should we report it? Were there others? Warren let me exhaust myself with questions before responding. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of years of experience with things that had no easy explanations. There are things in these woods that have been here longer than us, he said, not slowing his pace or looking at me as he spoke. Things we can't explain or get rid of. If you don't think you can handle that, you should pack your bags now. The casual way he delivered this information was almost as disturbing as the encounter itself. He wasn't speaking like a man who just faced something extraordinary. He was speaking like someone discussing routine occupational hazards. The implication was clear. Encounters like this were part of the job, and I needed to decide whether I could handle them or find other employment. That night, I lay in my small apartment trying to make sense of what had happened. I considered the possibility that I'd hallucinated the entire experience, that stress or fatigue or some unknown medical condition had caused me to see things that weren't there. But Warren's behavior suggested that whatever I'd experienced was real and familiar to him. I spent hours online, searching for any information about similar encounters in national parks or wilderness areas. I found scattered reports of strange sightings, unexplained phenomena, and encounters with things that didn't fit any known category of wildlife. But the official responses to these reports were always the same. Misidentification of known animals, optical illusions caused by weather conditions, or psychological effects of isolation and stress. The more I read, the more I understood why Warren and the other experienced rangers never talked openly about what they'd seen. Who would believe them? And what purpose would it serve to frighten people away from areas they were charged with protecting? The job required a certain level of secrecy, an acceptance that some aspects of wilderness management couldn't be found in any manual or training program. Over the following weeks, I noticed changes in how the other rangers treated me. Nothing dramatic, just small signs that I'd crossed some threshold from outsider to insider. Rodriguez no longer changed the subject when conversations touched on unusual incidents. Martinez, a ranger with over a decade of experience, began sharing stories about sounds she'd heard and things she'd seen that couldn't be explained through conventional wildlife knowledge. I learned that every ranger in the park had encountered something that challenged their understanding of what was supposed to exist in those woods. Some had seen figures moving through the trees at impossible speeds. Others had heard voices calling their names from empty clearings. Several described finding tracks that led nowhere or campsites that appeared and disappeared without explanation. The unspoken rule was that these experiences weren't discussed with visitors, new employees, or anyone outside the ranger service. They were acknowledged among the experienced staff, but only in vague terms and only when necessary for safety purposes. Warren's direct statement to me had been unusually explicit, but then again, I'd been present during an encounter rather than just hearing about one secondhand. I decided to stay. The decision wasn't based on bravery or curiosity. It was based on a growing understanding that this job involved protecting people from dangers they didn't know existed. If there were things in those woods that posed threats to visitors, then someone needed to be there who understood those threats and knew how to respond to them. Running away would have been the easier choice, but it wouldn't have been the right choice. Warren never directly acknowledged my decision to remain, but I noticed that he began including me in more complex assignments and trusting me with information that wasn't shared with newer rangers. I was gradually inducted into the informal network of people who knew what really went on in the deep woods and who worked together to manage threats that couldn't be addressed through official channels. The work was challenging in ways I'd never anticipated. Beyond the normal responsibilities of trail maintenance, visitor assistance, and wildlife management, there was an additional layer of vigilance required. We had to watch for signs of unusual activity, respond to reports that might involve more than conventional wildlife, and make judgment calls about when to prevent visitors from entering certain areas. Sometimes this meant closing trails due to maintenance issues, when the real reason was that something had been seen or heard in the area that posed an undefined but potentially serious threat. Sometimes it meant accompanying search and rescue operations not just to help find lost hikers, but to ensure that the searchers themselves didn't encounter anything they weren't prepared to handle. The psychological toll was significant. Constantly being alert for dangers that you couldn't fully understand or explain created a level of stress that was difficult to manage. Sleep became elusive, filled with dreams of shadows moving through trees and sounds that seemed to come from nowhere. Even during off-duty hours, I found myself listening for things that shouldn't be there and watching for movement that didn't follow normal patterns. But there were compensations. The work itself was meaningful, and the knowledge that I was helping to protect people from threats they couldn't imagine gave me a sense of purpose that I'd never experienced in previous jobs. The camaraderie among the rangers who shared this knowledge was strong. We understood each other in ways that people outside the service couldn't understand us. And despite the dangers and the stress, I was genuinely passionate about wilderness conservation. The fact that these woods contained mysteries that science couldn't explain only made them more precious in my eyes. They represented something primal and ancient that had survived despite humanity's relentless drive to categorize and control every aspect of the natural world. I threw myself into the work with a dedication that surprised even me. I learned to read subtle signs in the environment that might indicate unusual activity. I developed protocols for responding to different types of incidents. I studied the patterns of when and where strange encounters were most likely to occur, trying to find some logic that might help us predict and prevent dangerous situations. What I discovered was that there was no logic, at least none that I could discern. The incidents seemed random, following no pattern of timing or location that would allow for prediction. The only consistent factor was that they tended to occur in areas that were remote and rarely visited, suggesting that whatever was responsible for them preferred to avoid human contact most of the time. This preference for isolation was both reassuring and troubling. It was reassuring because it meant that most visitors would never encounter anything unusual during their time in the park. but it was troubling because it suggested that these entities or phenomena were intelligent enough to recognize and avoid human presence when they chose to, which raised questions about their true nature and capabilities. 2 years into my career as a ranger, I'd grown accustomed to the reality that my job involved far more than what was described in the official position requirements. I'd learned to trust my instincts when something felt wrong, to recognize the subtle signs that indicated an area might be temporarily unsafe for visitors, and to accept that some questions would never have satisfactory answers. The incident with the stairs happened during what should have been a routine search operation. 8-year-old Casey Morrison had wandered away from her family's campsite while her parents were setting up their tent. It was early June 2018, and the park was experiencing its first major influx of summer visitors. The girl had been missing for about 3 hours when her parents reported her disappearance to the Park Service. Search operations for missing children follow specific protocols designed to maximize the chances of a successful recovery while minimizing risks to the search teams. The area around the Morrison campsite was divided into grid sections, with teams of 2 rangers assigned to each section. The idea is to conduct a thorough but rapid search, calling out regularly and watching for any signs of the missing person. I was paired with Jenny Walsh, a ranger with 5 years of experience who'd participated in dozens of search operations. We were assigned to search a section of forest that extended roughly half a mile east of the campsite, an area that included several unmarked trails and a small creek that the child might have followed if she'd been curious about where it led. The terrain in our section was moderately difficult, not impassable, but challenging enough that an 8-year-old would likely have difficulty covering large distances quickly. We moved through the area systematically, calling Casey's name every few minutes and listening for any response. The other search teams were spread out far enough that we could occasionally hear their calls in the distance, but we were essentially operating independently. About an hour into the search, as we were working our way through a particularly dense section of undergrowth, I caught sight of something that made me stop and stare. Through the trees ahead, I could see what appeared to be a set of stairs rising from the forest floor and disappearing into the canopy above. My first thought was that I'd stumbled upon the remains of an old structure, perhaps a hunting cabin or fire tower that had been demolished, leaving only the steps behind. But as I got closer, I could see that these weren't the remnants of anything man-made. They were pristine, appearing almost new despite being covered with moss and small vines that suggested they'd been in place for years. The stairs were made of what looked like gray stone, each step perfectly level and uniform in height. They rose at a gentle angle, winding slightly as they ascended, but I couldn't see where they led because the upper portions disappeared into the thick canopy of leaves above. Most unsettling of all, they seemed to be freestanding, not attached to any structure or foundation, simply rising from the ground as if they'd grown there naturally. "Jenny," I called softly, not wanting to shout and potentially disturb whatever strange situation I'd encountered. She made her way over to where I stood and looked in the direction I was pointing. Her reaction was immediate and unmistakable. Her face went pale, and she grabbed my arm with enough force to make me wince. "Don't touch them," she said urgently. "Don't go near them. Don't walk up them. Don't even think about walking up them." Her intensity surprised me. I'd become accustomed to unusual phenomena in the woods, but Jenny's reaction suggested that stairs were something particularly dangerous, not just weird or unexplained. "What are they?" I asked. "Nobody knows," she replied, her eyes never leaving the stairs. "But people who climb them don't come back the same. Some don't come back at all." As she spoke, I became aware of a subtle pull, an almost magnetic attraction that made me want to approach the stairs and see where they led. It wasn't a conscious desire, it was more like an instinct, similar to the way you might feel drawn to look over the edge of a cliff, or put your hand on a surface that you knew was hot. The urge was gentle, but persistent, and I had to consciously resist the impulse to take a step forward. "I can feel it too," Jenny said, apparently recognizing my struggle. "That's how they get you. They make you want to climb them." She pulled out her radio and called to the other search teams, reporting that we'd found something and needed someone to call our names to break the spell. Within seconds, we heard Rodriguez's voice calling from about a quarter-mile away, announcing that they'd found something near the creek. The moment I heard his call, the strange attraction to the stairs vanished completely. It was like waking up from a dream. Suddenly, the stairs looked exactly like what they were, an inexplicable and potentially dangerous anomaly that I had no business investigating. Jenny and I backed away carefully, keeping the stairs in sight until we were well clear of the area. We found Casey Morrison about 20 minutes later, sitting by the creek and playing with a collection of smooth stones she'd gathered from the water. She was unharmed and seemed completely unaware that anyone had been looking for her. When we asked how long she'd been by the creek, she said she'd just arrived and had been playing there for a little while. The timeline didn't make sense. She'd been missing for nearly 4 hours, but the creek was only about a 30-minute walk from her family's campsite. When we asked what she'd been doing before she came to the creek, she said she couldn't remember. She seemed genuinely confused by the question, as if the concept of before didn't make sense to her. During the walk back to reunite Casey with her parents, Jenny explained more about the stairs phenomenon. According to her, mysterious staircases had been reported in wilderness areas across the country for decades. They appeared in different locations, but they always shared certain characteristics. They were freestanding. They seemed to exert some kind of psychological influence on people who encountered them, and they were associated with disappearances and unexplained incidents. The official policy is to report them when we find them, and then avoid the area until they're gone, she told me. Sometimes they disappear on their own after a few days or weeks. Sometimes they stay for months before vanishing. Gone? I asked. What do you mean gone? Just gone, she said. Like they were never there. No trace, no foundation, nothing. I asked if anyone had ever tried to study them or document them scientifically. Jenny shook her head. A few people have tried over the years, she said. Researchers, investigators, even some government agencies. But the stairs don't photograph well. They show up blurry or distorted in pictures, and video equipment tends to malfunction around them. And anyone who gets too close to them starts experiencing the same urge that you felt. Even people who know what to expect have trouble resisting it. That evening, I filed a report about finding the stairs, noting their location and recommending that the area be marked as temporarily off-limits to visitors. Warren reviewed the report without comment, but I noticed he immediately pulled out a map and marked the location with a red pen. Apparently there was an unofficial tracking system for these incidents that wasn't part of the standard documentation process. The next morning, I returned to the area with Martinez to verify that the stairs were still there and to establish a perimeter that would discourage visitor access without drawing undue attention. When we arrived at the location, the stairs were gone. Not moved, not fallen over. Completely absent, as if they had never existed. The ground where they had stood showed no evidence of disturbance, no marks or impressions that might indicate where they had been. Martinez seemed unsurprised by this development. They do that, she said matter-of-factly. Come and go on their own schedule. At least this time nobody tried to climb them. I asked what happened to people who did climb them. Martinez was quiet for a long moment before answering. Some come back different, she said finally. They remember climbing up, but they can't remember coming back down. They lose time, sometimes hours, sometimes days, and they're changed afterward. Distant, like part of them is still somewhere else. And the others? The others don't come back at all. The incident with the latter occurred during my 3rd year as a ranger, in what was becoming a pattern of increasingly strange encounters. It was early July 2019, and I was conducting routine trail maintenance with Kevin Torres, a relatively new ranger who joined the team 6 months earlier. We were checking for poison ivy growth along some of the less frequently used trails, a mundane but necessary task that required walking every path in our assigned section and noting areas where harmful plants had encroached on the walking surfaces. The trail we were inspecting that day split into 2 parallel paths that reconnected about half a mile ahead. It was a common design feature meant to reduce erosion on heavily trafficked routes, though this particular trail saw few enough visitors that erosion wasn't really a concern. Kevin and I decided to split up to cover both paths simultaneously, planning to meet where they rejoined. I took the right fork while Kevin took the left. The paths ran close enough together that we could see each other through the trees most of the time, and we maintained radio contact to coordinate our progress. For the first 20 minutes, the work was exactly as routine as expected. I noted several areas where poison ivy was beginning to grow across the trail and marked them for later treatment. Then I noticed the clearing. It was perfectly circular, about 30 feet in diameter, and completely devoid of vegetation. Not just free of trees and bushes. There wasn't a single blade of grass, weed, or even moss growing anywhere within its boundaries. The earth was hard-packed and smooth, as if it had been carefully maintained, though there was no sign of human activity in the area. In the exact center of the clearing stood a ladder. It was a standard aluminum extension ladder, the kind you might find in any hardware store, fully extended to perhaps 20 feet in height. But it wasn't leaning against anything. It stood perfectly upright, balanced impossibly in the open air as if supported by invisible forces. At the top of the ladder, motionless and staring upward at the sky, was a man in a dark business suit. My first instinct was to call out to him. He was clearly in distress or danger. Nobody climbs to the top of an unsupported ladder and then stays there staring at the sky with their mouth hanging open. But something about the scene stopped me from immediately rushing forward to help. The man's posture was wrong. He wasn't gripping the ladder or showing any signs of effort to maintain his balance. He stood on the top rung as casually as if he were standing on solid ground, his head tilted back at an angle that looked uncomfortable. His mouth open wide as if he were about to scream or had been frozen in the middle of screaming. I circled the clearing slowly, looking for wires or supports that might explain how the ladder was standing upright. I found nothing. The ladder simply stood there, defying physics and common sense, with its impossible passenger balanced at the top. "Hello," I called out, staying at the edge of the clearing. "Are you all right? Do you need assistance?" No response. The man didn't move, didn't acknowledge my presence in any way. He continued staring upward with that same frozen expression, as motionless as a statue. I tried calling louder, identifying myself as a park ranger and offering help. Still no response. The man might as well have been carved from stone for all the reaction he showed to my presence. I radioed Kevin and asked him to come over to my location. While I waited for him to arrive, I continued studying the scene, trying to understand what I was looking at. The man's clothes were pristine. No wrinkles, no dirt, no signs that he'd climbed up the ladder or spent any time outdoors. His hair was perfectly styled, and his shoes were clean and polished. He looked like he'd stepped out of an office building moments earlier. But the expression on his face suggested something else entirely. Even from ground level, I could see that his eyes were wide with what looked like terror or shock, and his mouth was stretched open in a way that seemed anatomically extreme. It was the expression of someone who'd seen something so horrifying that their features had locked in place. When Kevin arrived, his reaction was immediate and visceral. He stopped at the edge of the clearing and stared at the scene with undisguised horror. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "I don't know," I replied. "I was hoping you might have some ideas." Kevin had grown up in the area and had spent most of his life hiking and camping in these woods. If anyone would recognize what we were looking at, it would be him. But he seemed as baffled and disturbed as I was. "That ladder can't be standing like that," he said. "It's physically impossible." We spent several minutes discussing possible explanations. Maybe there were thin wires we couldn't see. Maybe it was some kind of art installation or elaborate prank. Maybe the man was a performer of some kind, demonstrating an unusual balancing act. But none of these explanations felt adequate. The scene had a quality of wrongness that went beyond simple physical impossibility. It felt dangerous in a way I couldn't define, as if approaching it would expose us to something we weren't equipped to handle. Against my better judgment, I decided to get closer. Every instinct I developed during my time as a ranger was telling me to stay away, but I couldn't ignore the possibility that the man needed help. If he was in some kind of medical distress, time could be critical. I walked slowly toward the ladder, Kevin following reluctantly behind me. With each step, the feeling of wrongness intensified. The air in the clearing felt thick and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe normally. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, no wind moving through the trees around us. When I was about 10 feet from the ladder, I reached out to touch it, thinking that physical contact might reveal some detail I'd missed from a distance. The moment my fingertips made contact with the aluminum surface, the man at the top moved. His head snapped down with a motion so sudden and violent that I heard his neck crack. His face, which had been pointing skyward, was now looking directly at me, and the expression of frozen terror was even more horrible up close. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging, and his mouth was stretched so wide that I could see his teeth and gums in grotesque detail. Then he drew in a breath, a long, rasping gasp that sounded like air being forced through a broken pipe. The sound seemed to go on forever, a horrible sucking noise that made my skin crawl and my stomach turn. I stumbled backward, pulling my taser from its holster, more from instinct than from any rational plan. Behind me, I heard Kevin shout something, but I couldn't make out the words over the sound of my own heart pounding in my ears. I spun around to see Kevin standing at the edge of the clearing with his hands raised, and I realized I was pointing the taser at him. I immediately lowered the weapon and turned back toward the ladder. It was lying flat on the ground and the man was gone. Kevin and I searched the area thoroughly, following protocol for a missing person, even though neither of us believed we would find anything. We found no footprints, no trace of where the man might have gone, no evidence that anyone other than ourselves had been in the clearing recently. The ladder itself appeared completely normal when examined on the ground. It was a standard aluminum extension ladder, showing signs of wear but nothing unusual. When we tried to extend it and stand it upright, it fell over immediately, as any unsupported ladder would. We reported the incident, but there was no investigation. Warren filed our report with the same collection of unusual incident reports that seemed to accumulate without ever being officially addressed. The area was quietly added to the list of locations that rangers were advised to approach with caution, though no formal restrictions were placed on visitor access. That night, Kevin told me he was considering looking for work in a different park system. He'd grown up believing he understood these woods, but the incident with the ladder had shattered his confidence in that understanding. He felt like the place he'd thought of as home had revealed itself to be something alien and hostile. I convinced him to stay, though I wasn't entirely sure my advice was wise. The truth was that I was beginning to understand that our job involved more than protecting visitors from the woods. It also involved protecting the woods from visitors who might not be prepared for what they could encounter. People like Kevin, who knew the area well and could recognize when something was wrong, were valuable assets in that effort. But I could see the toll it was taking on him, just as I could feel it taking a toll on me. Each strange encounter made the world feel a little less stable, a little less predictable. We were being asked to accept that reality had different rules in these woods, and that acceptance came with a psychological cost that was difficult to measure but impossible to ignore. By 2020, I'd been working as a ranger for 4 years, and I thought I'd seen the worst of what the woods had to offer. The encounters with unknown entities, the impossible structures that appeared and disappeared, the feeling of being watched by things that shouldn't exist. I'd learned to accept these as occupational hazards and to function despite the constant low-level anxiety they produced. The incident that tested the limits of my psychological resilience began on a cold morning in February. The park received far fewer visitors during the winter months, which made it an ideal time for maintenance work and deep forest surveys that would be difficult to conduct during peak season. I was assigned to conduct a solo patrol of the northern sections, checking for storm damage and noting any changes that might affect trail conditions when hiking season resumed. Solo patrols were both a privilege and a burden. On one hand, they represented a level of trust from the senior rangers. You weren't sent out alone unless you demonstrated the ability to handle whatever you might encounter. On the other hand, they meant spending 8 or 10 hours in the woods with only your radio for company, walking through areas where cell phone coverage was non-existent and help could be hours away. The route I'd been assigned would take me through some of the most remote areas of the park, following a series of maintenance roads and unmarked trails that few people other than Park Service personnel ever saw. The weather was overcast but stable, with temperatures in the mid-30s and no precipitation forecast. Perfect conditions for a long walk through the winter woods. I'd been hiking for about 3 hours when I heard someone calling my name. The voice was distant but clear, coming from somewhere ahead of me on the trail. It sounded like a woman's voice, though I couldn't make out any other details. My first thought was that another ranger was in the area and trying to get my attention, though I wasn't aware of any other patrols scheduled for that section of the park. "Hello," I called back, but received no response. I continued walking in the direction the voice had come from, listening for any additional calls. After a few minutes, I heard it again. My name, called in the same distant female voice, but this time coming from a different direction. Off to my left, where there was no trail and no reason for anyone to be walking. I stopped and pulled out my radio, checking to see if anyone else was working in the area. The radio crackled with static, but when I tried to make contact with the main station, I got no response. I tried several times, adjusting frequencies and checking my equipment, but couldn't establish communication with anyone. The radio failure wasn't necessarily alarming. The northern sections of the park had spotty radio coverage under the best of conditions, and the overcast sky could be interfering with signal transmission. But combined with the mysterious voice calling my name, it created a sense of isolation that was more unsettling than usual. I heard my name called again, this time from behind me, in the direction I'd come from. The voice was clearer now, and I could tell it was definitely a woman's voice, though I still couldn't identify who it might be. There was something odd about the tone. It wasn't urgent or distressed, but it also didn't sound entirely natural. It was too clear, too perfectly projected, like a recording being played through a high-quality speaker system. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I left the trail and walked in the direction of the most recent call, pushing through thick undergrowth and scrambling over fallen logs. The terrain was difficult, and I had to move slowly to avoid injury, but I felt compelled to find the source of the voice. After about 10 minutes of difficult hiking, I emerged into a small clearing that I'd never seen before, despite having patrolled this area multiple times over the years. The clearing was roughly oval-shaped, perhaps 50 feet across at its widest point, and completely empty. No trees, no bushes, no signs of human presence. The ground was covered with a thin layer of snow that showed no footprints or disturbance of any kind. I stood at the edge of the clearing and called out, asking if anyone was there and identifying myself as a park ranger. My voice echoed strangely in the open space, seeming to bounce back from invisible walls. But there was no response from whatever had been calling my name. Then I heard it again. My name, called clearly and unmistakably, but this time coming from directly behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the clearing, but found nothing. The voice had been close enough that the speaker should have been visible, but I was completely alone. "This isn't funny," I called out, though I was beginning to suspect that whoever or whatever was calling my name wasn't interested in humor. "If you need assistance, please show yourself." The response came from multiple directions simultaneously. My name, called in the same clear female voice, but now coming from at least 4 different locations around the clearing. The voices were perfectly synchronized, creating an eerie echo effect that made my skin crawl. I pulled out my service weapon, though I wasn't sure what I thought I might need to shoot. The rational part of my mind knew that drawing a gun on disembodied voices was probably not the most reasonable response, but the emotional part of my mind was screaming that I was in danger and needed to be prepared to defend myself. The voices continued calling my name, now coming from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding me with sound that seemed to have no source. I turned in circles, trying to identify where the calls were coming from, but it was impossible to pinpoint any specific location. The sound seemed to be emanating from the air itself, as if the clearing had become a giant speaker. I tried to leave the clearing, but found that I'd become disoriented. The undergrowth through which I'd entered looked the same in every direction, and I couldn't identify the path I'd taken to reach this place. I felt panic beginning to rise in my chest as I realized I might be trapped in this empty space with whatever was calling my name. The voices began to change. Instead of just calling my name, they started speaking in sentences, though the words were garbled and difficult to understand. It sounded like multiple conversations happening simultaneously, all in the same female voice, creating a babble of sound that was almost comprehensible but never quite made sense. I caught fragments, words like lost and help and find, but couldn't piece them together into anything meaningful. The voices seemed to be trying to communicate something important, but the message was either too complex or too alien for me to understand. Then suddenly, they stopped. The silence that followed was absolute and oppressive. Not just the absence of the mysterious voices, but the absence of all sound. No wind, no bird calls, no distant traffic noise. I might as well have been standing in a soundproof room for all the environmental noise that reached my ears. I stood motionless in the center of the clearing, afraid to move or speak, waiting for something to happen. Minutes passed without any change. The silence stretched on until it became as unsettling as the voices had been. Finally, I forced myself to walk to the edge of the clearing and search for the path I'd taken to reach it. After several minutes of searching, I found what looked like the route I'd followed, though I couldn't be completely certain. I pushed through the undergrowth as quickly as I could, desperate to return to the marked trail and the relative normalcy it represented. When I reached the trail, I immediately tried my radio again. This time it worked perfectly, connecting me with the main station on the first attempt. I reported my status and requested permission to return to base, claiming that I'd completed my assigned route early. I never mentioned the voices or the clearing in my official report. There seemed to be no point in documenting something that I couldn't explain and that might make people question my fitness for duty. But that night, I called Martinez and described what had happened. "The woods know our names," she said after I'd finished my account. "Don't ask me how, but they do. And sometimes they call us." She told me about her own experience with disembodied voices, an incident that had occurred during her second year as a ranger. She'd been called into a similar empty clearing and had heard multiple voices speaking her name in languages she didn't recognize. Like me, she'd found no source for the voices and no explanation for what had happened. "Did you ever figure out what they wanted?" I asked. "I don't think they want anything," she replied. "I think they're just echoes. Memories of people who got lost in the woods and never found their way out. They remember calling for help, so they keep calling." It was a disturbing theory, but it felt more plausible than the alternatives I'd been considering. The idea that the woods might somehow retain impressions of past events, playing them back like a natural recording system, was strange, but not impossible to accept. But it raised other questions that I wasn't sure I wanted answered. If the voices were echoes of people who'd gotten lost, what had happened to those people? And why did the echoes know my name? The encounter that finally broke my resolve to continue working as a ranger happened during my 6th year on the job, in the autumn of 2022. By then, I'd experienced enough unexplained phenomena to develop a sort of professional numbness to the impossible. I'd learned to file strange incidents in a mental category labeled "things I'll never understand," and to focus on the aspects of the job that made logical sense. But some experiences resist categorization, and some sights stay with you regardless of how well you think you've prepared yourself for the unknown. I was working the late shift on a Saturday evening in October, providing security coverage for the park during the peak autumn season when visitor numbers remained high even after dark. My assignment was to patrol the main camping areas and ensure that visitors were following fire safety regulations and noise ordinances. It was routine work that required more social interaction than investigation skills. Most of the evening involved friendly conversations with campers who were curious about local wildlife or needed directions to restroom facilities. A few required gentle reminders about quiet hours or proper food storage procedures. Nothing that suggested the night would be anything other than ordinary. Around 11 o'clock, I received a radio call from a visitor who was camping in one of the more remote sites. He reported seeing people watching his campsite from the tree line and was concerned about his family's safety. The call itself wasn't unusual. Campers frequently mistook wildlife for human intruders, especially in low-light conditions when shadows and movement could be easily misinterpreted. I drove to the area and parked my vehicle near the caller's campsite. The family consisted of 2 parents and 2 teenage children, all of whom seemed genuinely frightened rather than simply confused. They'd been sitting around their campfire when they noticed what they described as people standing between the trees just watching us. "How many people?" I asked. "At least 6 or 7, the father replied. "Maybe more. They're just standing there, not moving, not making any noise. They've been there for about 20 minutes. I asked the family to show me where they'd seen the figures. They pointed toward a section of forest about 50 yards from their campsite, where the trees grew thick enough to create deep shadows even with the partial moon overhead. I took out my flashlight and walked toward the tree line, calling out in my official capacity and asking anyone in the area to identify themselves. There was no response, but that wasn't necessarily significant. If there were people in the woods, they might be engaged in illegal activities and unwilling to reveal themselves to a park ranger. When I reached the tree line, I swept the area with my flashlight, looking for any sign of human presence. I found nothing immediately obvious. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no evidence that anyone had been standing among the trees. But as I moved deeper into the forest, I began to notice something that made my stomach tighten with recognition. The silence was wrong. It was the same unnatural quiet I'd experienced during previous encounters with unexplained phenomena. No insects, no small animals moving through the underbrush, no wind stirring the leaves overhead. The forest had become a vacuum of sound that felt deliberately imposed rather than naturally occurring. I continued searching, sweeping my flashlight beam through the trees and calling out periodically. After about 10 minutes, I caught sight of something that made me stop and stare. There was a figure standing between 2 large oak trees, perhaps 30 feet away from my position. It appeared to be human in general shape and size, but there was something wrong with its proportions. The limbs seemed too long, the head too small, the posture too rigid to be natural. I focused my flashlight on the figure and called out again, identifying myself and asking the person to step forward. The figure didn't move or respond in any way. It simply stood there, motionless, as if it were carved from the same wood as the trees around it. As I watched, I began to notice other figures. They were positioned throughout the forest, standing among the trees at irregular intervals, all facing in the direction of the campsite. I counted at least 8, possibly more, though it was difficult to be certain in the shifting patterns of light and shadow created by my flashlight. None of them moved or made any sound. They simply stood and watched, like sentries posted to observe the camping family. The longer I looked at them, the more convinced I became that they weren't human, despite their generally human appearance. Their stillness was too complete, too perfect. Real people fidget, shift their weight, breathe in ways that create subtle movement even when they're trying to remain motionless. These figures were as still as statues, showing no signs of life despite their upright postures. I approached the nearest figure slowly, keeping my flashlight trained on it and continuing to call out warnings and commands. As I got closer, I could see more details that confirmed my growing suspicion that whatever I was looking at wasn't entirely human. The figure's skin, if it could be called skin, was gray and seemed to have a texture like bark. Its clothing appeared to be made of the same material as its body. as if the entire figure had been carved from a single piece of wood. Most disturbing of all, it had no facial features, just a smooth, blank surface where a face should have been. When I was about 10 feet away from the figure, it moved. Not suddenly or aggressively, but with a fluid motion that was somehow more unsettling than any violent action would have been. It turned its featureless head toward me, tilted it slightly as if studying me, and then began walking deeper into the forest. The other figures began moving at the same time, all walking in the same direction, all maintaining the same fluid, unnatural gait. They moved between the trees like shadows, making no sound and leaving no trace of their passage. Within seconds, they had disappeared completely, as if they had melted back into the forest itself. I stood alone among the trees, my flashlight beam playing across empty spaces where the figures had been moments before. The natural sounds of the forest began to return gradually. Insects resuming their chirping, small animals rustling through the underbrush, wind moving through the leaves overhead. I searched the area thoroughly, looking for any evidence of what I'd seen. I found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no disturbed leaf litter that might indicate where the figures had been standing or which direction they'd taken when they departed. When I returned to the campsite, the family was waiting anxiously for my report. I told them that I'd found no evidence of human intruders and suggested that they'd probably seen deer or other wildlife moving among the trees. The explanation satisfied them, and they settled down for the night without further incident. But I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my vehicle, parked where I could watch the campsite and the surrounding forest, thinking about what I'd witnessed. The figures hadn't seemed threatening, but their presence implied a level of organization and intelligence that was more disturbing than simple hostility would have been. They had been watching the family, studying them for reasons I couldn't fathom. And when I'd discovered them, they had withdrawn in a coordinated manner that suggested communication and planning capabilities. Whatever they weren't random phenomena or isolated incidents. They were part of something larger and more complex than anything I'd encountered before. That realization was what finally convinced me that I needed to find different employment. I'd accepted the existence of unexplained phenomena in the woods, and I'd learned to function despite regular encounters with things that challenged my understanding of reality. But the idea that there might be intelligence behind these phenomena, that there might be entities actively observing and studying human visitors, was more than I could psychologically handle. The woods weren't just strange. They were inhabited by things that were aware of us and interested in us for purposes we couldn't understand. And I was no longer willing to serve as an intermediary between those entities and the innocent people who came to the park seeking nothing more than a peaceful experience in nature. I submitted my resignation 3 weeks after the incident with the Watchers. Warren didn't seem surprised by my decision, though he did make an effort to convince me to reconsider. "You're good at this job," he told me during our final meeting. "You understand what's out there, and you know how to handle it. People like you are hard to find." I explained that understanding and handling the phenomena were exactly what I could no longer do. Each encounter had taken something from me. A piece of my confidence in the rational world, a portion of my ability to sleep peacefully, a fragment of my belief that there were clear boundaries between possible and impossible. "I've seen too much," I told him, "and I'm starting to worry that seeing too much might change me in ways I won't be able to control." Warren nodded slowly, and I could see in his expression that he understood exactly what I meant. He'd been doing this job for over 20 years, and I wondered what it had cost him, what pieces of himself he'd had to sacrifice to continue functioning in an environment where reality operated by different rules. My last day of work was on a Friday in November 2022. I spent it conducting routine maintenance tasks and completing paperwork, avoiding the deep woods where most of my disturbing encounters had occurred. It felt strange to be going through the familiar motions of the job while knowing I'd never do them again. That evening, several of the other rangers organized a small farewell gathering at a local bar. It was a typical send-off for departing personnel. Casual conversation, shared stories about memorable incidents, expressions of mutual respect and friendship. but underneath the surface cordiality, I could sense the unspoken understanding that my departure represented something more significant than a simple career change. I was abandoning a post that required someone with my experience and knowledge. The things I'd learned about the woods and the entities that inhabited them couldn't be easily passed on to a replacement. There was no training manual for dealing with impossible staircases or disembodied voices or watchers who weren't entirely human. Martinez pulled me aside near the end of the evening and asked if I was sure about my decision. "It's not going to be easier somewhere else," she said. "Once you've seen what we've seen, you can't unsee it. The woods aren't the only place where strange things happen. They're just the only place where we have colleagues who understand." She was probably right. The experiences I'd had as a ranger had changed my perception of reality in ways that would follow me regardless of where I went or what work I did. I would always be someone who knew that the world contained things that science couldn't explain and that most people weren't prepared to believe. But I'd reached the point where continuing to expose myself to those things felt more dangerous than learning to live with the knowledge that they existed. I needed to step back from the front lines and find a way to process what I'd experienced before it consumed whatever remained of my psychological stability. I moved to a different state and found work in environmental consulting, helping businesses comply with regulations and minimize their ecological impact. It was meaningful work that allowed me to use my education and experience while maintaining a safe distance from the kind of unexplained phenomena that had defined my time as a ranger. For 2 years, I managed to convince myself that I'd successfully escaped from that world of impossible encounters and inexplicable experiences. I had a normal job with normal challenges, and I slept better than I had in years. I began to think that Martinez had been wrong, that it was possible to move on from what I'd seen and return to a conventional understanding of reality. Then I started having the dreams. They began as vague impressions, fragments of memories from my time in the woods, images of figures moving between trees, sounds of voices calling my name from empty clearings. Gradually, they became more specific and more vivid until I was experiencing detailed recreations of incidents I'd tried to forget. The dreams weren't random recollections. They were sequential, following a chronological order that took me through my entire career as a ranger from beginning to end. Night after night, I relived every strange encounter, every impossible sight, every moment of terror and confusion I'd experienced in those woods. But the dreams weren't just memories. They contained elements that I didn't remember from the original experiences, details I hadn't noticed at the time, perspectives I couldn't have had, knowledge I'd never possessed. It was as if something was showing me the complete truth about what I'd encountered, filling in the gaps in my understanding with information that had been hidden from me during the actual events. The dream showed me that the entities I'd encountered weren't separate phenomena, but part of a larger system that monitored and maintained the balance between the human world and something else. Something older and more complex than anything I'd imagined. The park where I'd worked wasn't just a wilderness area. It was a boundary zone, a place where two different versions of reality intersected and occasionally overlapped. The rangers weren't just protecting visitors from natural hazards. They were serving as guardians who prevented either side from encroaching too far into the other's domain. The strange encounters I'd experienced weren't random events, but controlled contacts, carefully managed interactions designed to maintain the stability of the boundary. And I hadn't quit my job. I'd been released from it because my psychological profile indicated that I was reaching the limits of what I could handle without suffering permanent damage. The dreams were my debriefing, a final download of information that would help me understand what I'd been part of and why it had been necessary. When the dreams finally ended, I understood why Martinez had said that changing jobs wouldn't make the knowledge easier to bear. The experiences I'd had as a ranger weren't just memories. They were an initiation into a larger reality that existed parallel to the conventional world. Once you'd been exposed to that reality, you couldn't return to ignorance, but you could choose whether to engage with it actively or to acknowledge it passively from a distance. I chose distance. I continued my work in environmental consulting, but I also began writing about my experiences, sharing them anonymously online in forums where people discussed unexplained phenomena and unusual encounters. I found that writing helped me process what I'd been through, and that connecting with others who'd had similar experiences reduced the sense of isolation that had been eating away at my mental health. The woods remember everything, and they don't forget those who've served as guardians of their secrets. But they also understand that not everyone is equipped for a lifetime of that service, and they're willing to release those who need to step away before the burden becomes too heavy to bear. I don't regret my time as a ranger, despite the psychological toll it took. I learned things about the nature of reality that few people ever have the opportunity to learn, and I helped protect innocent visitors from dangers they couldn't imagine. But I also learned the importance of recognizing when you've reached your limits and need to seek safety before it's too late. The woods are still there, and the entities that inhabit them are still watching and waiting. New rangers take the place of those who leave, and the work continues as it has for generations. The boundary between worlds remains stable, maintained by people who accept that some truths are too large and too dangerous for general knowledge. I'm grateful that there are people willing to do that work, and I'm grateful that I was able to contribute to it for the time that I could. But I'm also grateful that I recognized when it was time to step away and let others take up the responsibility. The fluorescent lights in the campus coffee shop buzzed overhead as I settled into the worn vinyl booth across from Jerome Begay. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped his coffee mug, steam rising between us like incense. I had heard whispers about his story for weeks. Fragments of conversation in hallways, nervous glances when his name came up. Now finally he was ready to tell me what happened that October night on the reservation roads near Window Rock. Jerome's dark eyes darted toward the window, then back to me. "You have to understand," he began, his voice barely above a whisper. "What I'm about to tell you changed everything. I can't drive at night anymore without checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. I can't sleep without leaving at least one light on in the house." The incident occurred during his sophomore year at the university. He had driven home for a family gathering, staying later than planned to help his elderly grandmother with some repairs around her house. By the time he and his father started the journey back to his dorm, darkness had swallowed the desert landscape completely. The reservation roads stretched endlessly ahead, illuminated only by their trucks' headlights cutting through the void. "We were maybe 20 miles from Window Rock when Dad first noticed it," Jerome continued, his knuckles white around the ceramic mug. "Something moving parallel to us, just beyond the reach of our headlights. At first we thought it might be a coyote or maybe a stray dog. The desert is full of them." But as they continued driving, the presence became more distinct. Whatever ran alongside their truck maintained perfect pace, not falling behind when they accelerated, not pulling ahead when they slowed for curves. Jerome's father squinted into the darkness, his weathered hands gripping the steering wheel tighter with each passing mile. "That's when we saw the eyes," Jerome whispered, leaning forward. "Two red points of light, like embers floating in the black. They weren't animal eyes. Too high off the ground, too focused, too intelligent." The temperature inside the truck seemed to drop 10 degrees. Jerome's father pressed harder on the accelerator, but their mysterious companion effortlessly kept pace. The red eyes never wavered, never blinked, just bore into them with an intensity that made Jerome's skin crawl. His mouth went dry, and a metallic taste filled his throat. The taste of pure terror. "Then it did something that still haunts me," Jerome said, his voice cracking. "It moved in front of our truck, not gradually, not like an animal crossing the road. It just appeared there, directly in our path. In the glare of their headlights stood a figure wearing tattered clothing, jeans and a flannel shirt that looked like they'd been dragged through thorns and mud for miles. The fabric hung in shreds, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. But it wasn't skin. Jerome struggled to describe what he saw, his words coming in broken fragments. "Its face." He paused, swallowing hard. It wasn't right. The proportions were wrong, like someone had stretched human features too far. And those eyes, they reflected our headlights like an animal's, but with a malevolence that made my stomach lurch. Jerome's father swerved violently to avoid hitting the figure, tires screaming against asphalt as the truck fishtailed. When they regained control and looked back, the road was empty. No sign of whatever had stood there moments before. No footprints, no disturbed gravel, nothing. They drove the remaining distance in complete silence, both afraid to voice what they'd witnessed. Jerome watched his father's reflection in the side mirror, jaw clenched, eyes constantly darting to check behind them. Even now, months later, his father refused to discuss that night, acting as if acknowledging it might somehow summon it back. "I still have nightmares," Jerome admitted as our conversation wound down. "I see those red eyes watching me from dark corners of my dorm room. Sometimes I wake up convinced something is scratching at my window, even though I'm on the 3rd floor." As I left the coffee shop that night, Jerome's haunted expression lingered in my mind. This wasn't the rambling of someone seeking attention or trying to scare me with reservation folklore. This was the testimony of someone whose worldview had been shattered by an encounter with something that shouldn't exist, yet clearly did. 2 weeks after my conversation with Jerome, I heard about Diana Benally through a mutual friend. She was reluctant to share her story at first, insisting that most people wouldn't believe her. But when I mentioned Jerome's account, her resistance crumbled. She agreed to meet me at a quiet diner off Highway 491, away from curious ears and judgmental stares. Diana arrived wearing a heavy jacket despite the warm afternoon, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if warding off an invisible chill. Dark circles under her eyes suggested weeks of poor sleep. She ordered black coffee and stared into the cup for several minutes before speaking. "It started with something as innocent as a garage sale," she began, her voice hollow. "My family holds one every summer in Church Rock, just to clear out clothes and household items we no longer need. Neighbors stop by, chat about their kids, maybe find a bargain or two. It's always been a pleasant community event. But last summer's sale took a disturbing turn when a stranger appeared around midday. Diana described him as unnaturally tall and gaunt, with skin that seemed stretched too tightly over sharp bones. His clothes looked expensive but old-fashioned, as if he'd stepped out of a photograph from decades past. Most unsettling were his eyes, pale blue, almost colorless, and they never seemed to blink. He went straight to my father's clothing section," Diana continued, absently rubbing her arms. "Dad had put out shirts, jackets, and jeans that no longer fit him. Normal stuff. But this man examined each piece like he was appraising precious artifacts. He held them up to the light, ran his fingers over the fabric, even pressed them to his nose to smell them. The stranger's behavior made Diana's skin crawl, but her father insisted they treat him like any other customer. The man methodically selected every single item from the clothing table, garments that were clearly too small for his skeletal frame. He paid with bills that felt oddly cold to the touch and smelled of damp earth. Before he left, he looked directly at me," Diana said, her voice dropping to barely audible. "His lips curved into what might have been a smile, but it was wrong. Too wide, too knowing, like he was sharing a secret joke that only he understood." 3 days later, Diana's father began experiencing violent nightmares. He would wake screaming, clawing at his sheets, mumbling about being buried alive or drowning in thick black liquid. During the day, he complained of constant nausea and a crawling sensation under his skin, as if insects were burrowing through his flesh. Then the sores appeared, Diana whispered, unconsciously scratching her own arms. They started small, like mosquito bites, but they spread and deepened. Dad would scratch until he bled, but they only got worse. He lost weight rapidly, refusing to eat because everything tasted like rotting meat. Diana's mother wanted to take him to the hospital, but her father insisted that doctors couldn't help with what he was experiencing. He claimed the nightmares weren't random. They featured the same pale-eyed stranger, who would visit him in his dreams and whisper promises of pain and suffering. He told me the man in his dreams wasn't just wearing clothes, Diana continued, her hands shaking as she lifted her coffee cup. He was wearing Dad's clothes, the ones we sold him, and every night the stranger would describe in horrible detail what he was doing while wearing them. Desperate for help, Diana's family contacted a traditional medicine man named Ben Yazzie, an elderly healer who had dealt with similar situations throughout his long career. Ben arrived at their home just as the sun began setting, carrying a worn leather bag filled with ceremonial items and herbs. Ben took one look at my father and knew immediately what we were dealing with, Diana recalled. He said someone had used Dad's personal belongings to create a connection, a spiritual pathway that allowed them to inflict harm from a distance. Ben instructed the family to help him search the property for any buried objects or hidden bundles. They spent over an hour combing through brush and checking around the foundation of the house, finding nothing. Just as Diana began to lose hope, Ben paused near a cluster of yucca plants about 50 yards from their front door. He knelt down and started digging with his bare hands, Diana said, her voice tight with remembered tension. The soil was hard-packed, but he clawed through it like he knew exactly what lay beneath. When he pulled up that bundle, the smell hit us immediately, death and decay so powerful it made me gag. Wrapped in her father's old flannel shirt were several disturbing items, a photograph of her father with his eyes scratched out, fingernail clippings mixed with grave dirt, and a piece of rotting meat crawling with maggots. Most horrifying was a small doll, fashioned from hair and fabric, with pins driven through its chest and abdomen. Ben's face went pale when he saw the doll, Diana continued. He said whoever created this bundle possessed knowledge of the darkest traditional practices, techniques that had been forbidden for generations because of their destructive power. The medicine man immediately began a cleansing ceremony, burning sage and cedar while chanting in the old language. Diana watched smoke swirl around the cursed bundle, and she swore she could see shapes moving within the gray clouds, twisted faces screaming silently before dissolving into nothingness. As Ben worked, I felt something shift in the air around us, Diana said. The oppressive weight that had settled over our home for weeks began to lift. Dad stopped thrashing in his sleep, and for the first time in days, his breathing became steady and peaceful. Ben carefully wrapped the cursed items in white cloth, then buried them in a location he refused to reveal. Before leaving, he warned the family to be extremely cautious about selling personal belongings, especially clothing that had absorbed the wearer's essence over time. He told us that some people practice the old ways for evil purposes, Diana explained. They collect hair, nail clippings, and clothing to create spiritual links with their victims. Once that connection is established, they can inflict illness, madness, or even death from great distances. In the days following Ben's intervention, Diana's father began a gradual recovery. The sores on his skin started healing, his appetite returned, and the crushing nightmares faded to uncomfortable but manageable dreams. However, the psychological impact lingered like a persistent shadow. Dad became paranoid about strangers, Diana told me, absently shredding her paper napkin. He would interrogate anyone who came to our door, even people we'd known for years. He installed multiple locks on every entrance and started sleeping with a hunting knife under his pillow. The family also noticed other disturbing changes in their father's behavior. He began avoiding mirrors, claiming he sometimes saw the pale-eyed stranger standing behind his reflection. Certain smells, particularly earth and decay, would send him into panic attacks. He couldn't tolerate being alone after dark and insisted that family members remain within sight at all times. Mom thought the trauma had damaged his mind permanently, Diana said. But I think he was still feeling the effects of whatever that thing did to him, like part of him remained connected to something horrible. 3 months after the incident, Diana's father finally opened up about the full extent of his nightmares. The pale-eyed stranger hadn't just worn his clothing in the dreams. He had somehow absorbed aspects of her father's personality and memories. In the twisted dream landscape, The stranger would replay private moments from her father's life, corrupting cherished memories and turning them into sources of shame and self-loathing. The worst part, Diana whispered, was that Dad said the stranger knew things he'd never told anyone. Childhood embarrassments, private fears, mistakes he'd made decades ago. It was like having his soul violated and exposed. Ben Yazzie visited periodically to check on the family's progress and perform additional protective ceremonies. During one visit, he revealed more disturbing details about the type of curse they had encountered. Ben told us that the stranger probably wasn't working alone, Diana said. These kinds of elaborate curses require multiple practitioners and considerable resources. Someone had paid handsomely to have Dad targeted, which meant he had enemies he didn't even know about. This revelation sparked weeks of paranoid speculation within the family. Who could harbor such intense hatred toward Diana's father, a quiet man who worked as a school janitor and minded his own business? They examined every interaction, every casual disagreement, searching for clues about their invisible enemy. We never found answers, Diana admitted, but the uncertainty was almost worse than the original curse. At least when Dad was sick, we knew what we were fighting. Living with the knowledge that someone wanted to destroy us and might try again created a different kind of hell. As autumn deepened and I continued collecting accounts from reservation residents, a pattern began emerging. Multiple witnesses described encounters with unnaturally tall, pale figures who seemed to possess intimate knowledge of their personal lives. These beings appeared during vulnerable moments, late-night drives, solitary walks, quiet evenings at home, and their presence invariably brought profound psychological disturbance. My third major interview came through Jerome Begay, who connected me with his cousin Vincent Nez. Vincent worked as a maintenance supervisor for the Tribal Housing Authority and spent considerable time driving between remote communities after dark. His encounter occurred during a routine inspection trip to a cluster of homes near Lukachukai. I was heading back from checking on some elderly residents, Vincent told me during our meeting at a truck stop outside Shiprock. It was close to midnight, and the road was empty except for my headlights cutting through the darkness. That's when I first saw it standing beside the highway. Vincent described a figure at least 7 feet tall, wearing what appeared to be a formal suit that looked decades out of style. Even from a distance, he could see the creature's unnaturally pale skin and those same colorless eyes that Diana had described. Most disturbing was its absolute stillness. It stood motionless beside the road like a signpost watching his approaching vehicle. I slowed down as I got closer. Vincent continued, nervously drumming his fingers on the table. Part of me was curious, part terrified. When my headlights hit it full on, I could see details that still make me sick to remember. The creature's face was gaunt to the point of appearing skeletal, with pronounced cheekbones and deeply sunken eyes. Its skin had an waxy, translucent quality that revealed dark veins beneath the surface. Most horrifying was its smile, a too-wide grimace that exposed rows of teeth that seemed both human and predatory. As I drove past, it turned its head to follow my truck, Vincent said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The movement was too smooth, too controlled, like its neck could rotate much further than any humans should. Vincent pressed harder on the accelerator, desperate to put distance between himself and the roadside figure. But when he checked his rearview mirror, the creature was somehow keeping pace with his truck, gliding across the desert terrain without any visible effort. No running motion, no apparent exertion, just smooth, impossible pursuit. I floored it, pushing my truck to speeds that were dangerous on those winding roads, Vincent recalled. But that thing stayed with me for over 10 miles, always maintaining the same distance, never falling behind. The pursuit ended as abruptly as it began. Vincent crested a hill and the creature simply vanished, leaving him alone with racing pulse and sweat-soaked clothes. He drove straight home without stopping, triple-locked his doors, and spent the rest of the night sitting in his living room with all the lights on. For weeks afterward, I would see it in my peripheral vision, Vincent admitted. standing at the edge of parking lots, lurking behind buildings, always just far enough away that I couldn't be certain it was really there. But I knew it was watching me, studying me, waiting for the right moment to approach. Vincent's encounters escalated dramatically 3 weeks after his initial roadside sighting. He was working late in his home office, catching up on inspection reports, when he heard a soft tapping at his front window. The sound was rhythmic and deliberate. Tap, 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 like someone politely requesting entry. I figured it was probably a neighbor with an emergency, Vincent told me, though his expression suggested he had suspected otherwise. But when I pulled back the curtain, that thing was standing right outside my window, close enough that its breath was fogging the glass. The creature's pale face filled the entire window frame, those colorless eyes staring directly into Vincent's with an intensity that made his knees buckle. Up close, he could see additional horrifying details. Skin that looked artificially stretched, lips that were too thin and bloodless, and teeth that appeared sharp enough to tear flesh. It didn't move or make any sound, Vincent continued, unconsciously rubbing his arms as if trying to warm himself. It just stood there watching me, and I swear it was reading my thoughts. I could feel its presence inside my head, poking around my memories like someone rifling through personal belongings. Vincent stumbled backward, knocking over his desk chair and sending papers scattering across the floor. The creature pressed its face closer to the glass, leaving a greasy smear that spelled out letters in what looked like an ancient script. The writing pulsed with a faint, sickly light before fading away. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but the screen kept flickering and going black, Vincent said. Every electronic device in my house started malfunctioning, lights dimming and brightening, the television switching channels by itself, my computer making sounds like it was screaming. The supernatural interference lasted for nearly an hour, during which the creature remained motionless at Vincent's window. He huddled in his bedroom closet, clutching a baseball bat and praying to God for protection. When the electronic chaos finally stopped and silence returned, he cautiously emerged to find his front yard empty. But it left evidence, Vincent whispered, leaning closer to me across the table. The next morning, I found handprints on my window, if you could call them handprints. The fingers were too long, and there were too many of them. 7 digits on each hand, all ending in what looked like claws. Vincent showed me photographs he had taken of the mysterious prints. The images were blurry and difficult to interpret, but I could make out elongated finger shapes pressed against the glass. More disturbing were the scratches around the window frame. Deep gouges in the wood that suggested incredible strength. I called Ben Yazzie immediately, Vincent continued. He came over that same day and performed a blessing ceremony around my entire property. He also gave me a protection bundle to carry and warned me to avoid being alone after dark. Despite Ben's intervention, Vincent continued experiencing supernatural harassment for months. He would find strange symbols drawn in the dirt around his house, hear whispers in languages he didn't recognize, and wake up to discover his belongings had been rearranged while he slept. As I compiled these accounts and others like them, a disturbing picture began to emerge. The encounters weren't random or isolated. They seemed to be part of a coordinated campaign targeting specific individuals across the reservation. Each victim had been carefully selected and studied before being approached by these pale, otherworldly figures. I decided to bring Jerome, Diana, and Vincent together for a group discussion, hoping that comparing their experiences might reveal additional patterns or connections. We met at a community center in Window Rock on a gray October afternoon, with storm clouds gathering on the horizon. I've been thinking about why we were chosen, Diana said as we settled into a circle of folding chairs. Jerome's family is known for preserving traditional stories and ceremonies. My father worked at the school and influenced young people. Vincent maintains housing for our most vulnerable community members. We all held positions of trust and responsibility. Jerome nodded grimly. It's like something was trying to undermine the foundation of our community by targeting people who serve others. If they could break us down mentally and spiritually, they could create fear and suspicion that would spread to everyone around us. Vincent had brought along additional photographs and documents related to his ongoing harassment. The evidence was disturbing. More strange handprints, symbols carved into trees near his house, and even what appeared to be surveillance photos of him taken from impossible angles. "Look at this," Vincent said, spreading the images across a table. These pictures were taken from at least 50 feet up in the air, but there are no buildings or towers in that area. Whatever took these photos was floating or flying. As we examined Vincent's evidence, I noticed that several symbols appeared in multiple locations, carved into wood, drawn in dirt, even scratched into the paint of his truck. When I pointed this out, Diana gasped and pulled out her phone. "I've been seeing those same symbols," she said, scrolling through her photos. "Around our house, at my workplace, even on the bathroom mirror at the grocery store. I thought it was just random vandalism, but now..." The symbols were clearly not random graffiti. They formed a consistent pattern that appeared to be building towards something, a message or summoning that was being constructed piece by piece across the reservation. The implications were terrifying. "Ben Yazzie needs to see this," Jerome said, his face pale with worry. "If these things are working together on some kind of larger plan, our individual protection ceremonies might not be enough." As if summoned by our discussion, thunder rumbled overhead, and rain began pelting the community center's metal roof. The storm seemed to arrive from nowhere, transforming the gray afternoon into premature darkness. Outside the windows, lightning illuminated the landscape in stark, frightening detail. "They're stronger during storms," Vincent whispered, instinctively moving his chair away from the windows. "I've noticed that my encounters always happen when the weather is bad. Heavy rain, snow, high winds, like they feed off the atmospheric chaos." As we huddled together in the community center, listening to the storm rage outside, I realized that my investigation had uncovered something far more dangerous than individual supernatural encounters. We were dealing with an organized threat that was methodically working to terrorize and destabilize the entire reservation community. The storm lasted through the night, and by morning, reports of new encounters began filtering in from across the reservation. Ben Yazzie received multiple calls from families experiencing supernatural harassment, all describing the same pale figures and mysterious symbols that we had been tracking. I arranged to meet with Ben at his home near Crystal, hoping his years of experience with traditional healing could provide insight into what we were facing. The elderly medicine man greeted me with obvious concern, his weathered face grave with worry. "These things you've been investigating," Ben said as we sat in his living room surrounded by ceremonial items and protective bundles, "they're not what most people think they are. They're not ghosts or demons from our traditional stories. They're something else entirely, something that doesn't belong in this world." Ben explained that similar encounters had been reported decades earlier, always during periods of social upheaval or community stress. The pale figures seemed to appear when the reservation faced external threats or internal divisions, as if they were drawn to conflict and despair. "My grandfather told me about sightings during the stock reduction period in the 1930s, Ben continued. "Families were forced to slaughter their livestock, children were taken to boarding schools, and our people felt hopeless and abandoned. That's when these creatures first appeared in significant numbers." According to Ben, the entities weren't content to simply frighten their victims. They seemed to feed off psychological trauma, deliberately targeting individuals who served as pillars of community strength. By breaking down respected leaders, healers, and caretakers, they could create ripple effects that damaged entire extended families and social networks. "The symbols you've been finding," Ben said, producing a leather journal filled with hand-drawn sketches. "They're not from any Native American tradition I know. They look more like European occultism, or perhaps something even older. Someone or something is using knowledge from outside our culture to attack us." Ben's journal contained detailed documentation of previous encounters spanning several decades. The accounts were remarkably consistent. Tall, pale figures with inhuman features who possessed intimate knowledge of their victims' personal lives and psychological vulnerabilities. What worries me most, Ben admitted, is that the encounters are becoming more frequent and more aggressive. In the past, these things would appear, terrorize someone for a few weeks, then disappear. But now they seem to be establishing a permanent presence. As if to emphasize his point, Ben's phone rang with another report. A family in Chinle had awakened to find their front door standing open and muddy footprints throughout their house, prints that matched the elongated, clawed impressions Vincent had photographed. "We need to organize a community-wide protection ceremony," Ben said after hanging up. "Individual healings aren't enough anymore. If these entities are working together, we need to respond collectively." I left Ben's house that afternoon with a deeper understanding of the threat we faced, but also with a growing sense of urgency. The pale figures weren't just random supernatural predators. They represented an organized invasion that threatened the spiritual and psychological foundation of the entire reservation community. As I drove home through the desert landscape, I found myself checking my rearview mirror constantly, half expecting to see those familiar red eyes keeping pace with my vehicle. The investigation that had begun with simple curiosity about local folklore had evolved into something far more serious, a documentation of an ongoing spiritual war for the soul of the Navajo Nation. That night, I began writing down everything I had learned, determined to preserve these accounts before my own encounter inevitably arrived. Because after months of investigating these phenomena, I had come to realize an uncomfortable truth. No one who dug too deeply into this mystery remained untouched by it forever. The Pale Watchers had taken notice of my activities, and somewhere in the vast darkness of the reservation, they were preparing to pay me a visit of their own. I could only hope that when that moment came, I would possess the courage and spiritual protection necessary to survive what Jerome, Diana, Vincent, and countless others had endured. The desert night pressed against my windows as I wrote, and every shifting shadow made me wonder if pale eyes were already watching, waiting for the perfect moment to step out of the darkness and into my life. When I was young, my parents would abandon me at my grandparents' house in Millfield almost every other weekend during the late 1990s. They lived in this decrepit two-story Victorian with rotting wood siding and too many rooms that seemed to breathe with malevolent life. The place always reeked of mothballs and decay, mixed with whatever my grandmother was attempting to salvage from her ancient cookbooks. It wasn't the worst arrangement. I received stale cookies and dangerous amounts of neglect, except for one horrifying reality: Bruno. Bruno was my grandfather's obsession, a massive German shepherd that he'd acquired before my birth. By the time I was forming coherent memories around age 4, Bruno was already a seasoned predator disguised as a family pet. My grandfather, Edmund, had molded him through brutal training regimens for regional intimidation competitions when Bruno was younger. The basement wall displayed his grotesque trophies: ribbons and photographs of Bruno looking menacing beside my grandfather's twisted grin. To every visiting neighbor and family friend, Bruno represented the pinnacle of canine discipline and intelligence. To me, he embodied pure terror, given flesh and fur. The house itself seemed to conspire with Bruno's malevolence. Shadows lingered too long in corners where they had no business existing. Floorboards groaned under invisible weight during the darkest hours. Windows rattled without wind, and doors creaked open on their own, as if the structure itself was breathing. Shallow, labored breaths that matched the rhythm of Bruno's constant panting. My grandmother, Constance, treated Bruno like the son she never had, feeding him raw meat by hand while crooning disturbing lullabies in a voice that made my skin crawl. She would ask Bruno if he wanted another piece of bleeding steak in that sickening baby voice, answering herself that yes, of course he did. He was such a good boy, such a perfect boy. Meanwhile, I spent every waking moment calculating escape routes and safe hiding spots throughout that cursed house. The adults never witnessed Bruno's true nature. Their blindness to his malevolence was absolute and terrifying. How could they not see what was happening right in front of them? How could they miss the calculated intelligence burning behind those yellow eyes? The way his lips would curl into something resembling a human smirk when he thought no one was watching. The first time I understood that something fundamentally wrong existed within Bruno's skull, I was barely 5 years old. I was sprawled across the kitchen linoleum with my coloring books, while my grandmother prepared what she generously called lunch. Bruno lay beneath the scratched wooden table, supposedly sleeping off his morning meal of God knows what. I accidentally dropped my red crayon, the one I was using to color a fire truck, and when I reached down to retrieve it, Bruno's eyes snapped open with mechanical precision. Those weren't the warm, dopey eyes of a normal dog. They were completely focused, calculating, almost human in their malicious intelligence. He didn't growl or bare his yellowed teeth. That would have been easier to explain to the adults who insisted on treating him like a beloved family member. Instead, he simply stared at me with those cold, predatory eyes, and I swear to God he smiled. Not the happy, tongue-lolling grin that people mistake for canine joy, but something knowing and cruel and hungry. His black lips pulled back just enough to reveal the tips of his canine teeth, and his eyes narrowed with what I can only describe as amusement. It was the look of something that understood exactly how vulnerable I was, how completely at his mercy I remained. I yanked my hand back so violently that I struck my knuckles against the table leg hard enough to draw blood. The sharp pain barely registered through my terror. When I tried to explain what happened to my grandmother, she laughed it off with that dismissive chuckle adults use when children report things that don't fit their comfortable worldview. She insisted that Bruno adored children and was probably just playing with me, being friendly. That was the beginning of a pattern that would define the next decade of my life. Whenever adults were present, Bruno performed his role as the perfect family pet with Academy Award-worthy precision. The moment they turned away, even for seconds, he transformed into something else entirely. Something that watched and waited and planned with frightening intelligence. My grandfather constantly bragged about Bruno to anyone who would listen, claiming he was the smartest dog he'd ever encountered. He would often remark, with obvious pride, that sometimes he believed Bruno understood every word of human conversation. My grandmother was equally deluded, hand-feeding him chunks of raw meat while speaking to him in that nauseating baby voice that made my stomach turn. I learned quickly that the adults would never believe me about Bruno's behavior. After all, he was such a good dog, so well-trained, so intelligent. When I was 7, I was playing alone in the backyard while my grandparents tended their withering garden. I had this plastic action figure, a superhero whose name escapes me now, that I'd received for my birthday. I set the toy down for maybe 30 seconds to retie my sneaker. When I looked up, Bruno was standing directly over my action figure, his massive form casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the bright plastic colors. He stared directly into my eyes with that same calculating expression I'd learned to fear, then slowly, deliberately picked up the toy in his massive jaws. The sound of plastic cracking between his teeth was obscenely loud in the afternoon silence. He applied pressure gradually, methodically, like someone carefully breaking each bone in a small animal. The action figure's arms snapped first, then the legs, then the torso crumpled with a sickening crunch. Throughout this destruction, Bruno never broke eye contact with me. His tail wagged in slow, deliberate sweeps, like a metronome keeping time with my increasing terror. When he finished destroying my toy, he dropped the mangled remains at my feet with ceremonial precision, then walked away with his tail high and his step jaunty, as if he'd accomplished something worth celebrating. The mutilated plastic looked like the remains of something that had been alive, something that had suffered. When I ran crying to my grandmother, she scolded me for leaving my toys where poor Bruno could mistake them for his own playthings. My grandfather handed me 5 crumpled dollar bills and told me to be more careful next time, to think about how confusing it must be for a dog to see unfamiliar objects in his territory. Their complete inability to see what was happening felt like a form of madness. Was I losing my mind? Was I imagining things that weren't there? But the destroyed toy in my hands was real enough. and the memory of Bruno's calculating smile burned behind my eyelids every time I tried to sleep. The worst incident occurred when I was 9 years old, during a particularly dark October weekend. I was sleeping in the guest room at the end of the upstairs hallway, a room that always smelled like dust and old death, where the wallpaper peeled in long strips that resembled diseased skin. I woke around midnight with my bladder demanding attention. The hallway stretched before me like a tunnel into hell, dark and seemingly endless. I didn't want to wake anyone by turning on lights, so I crept toward the bathroom, using the faint moonlight filtering through grimy windows. Halfway down the hall, I heard the familiar click of nails on hardwood. Bruno materialized at the far end of the corridor, just a hulking silhouette against the lesser darkness. He stood perfectly motionless, watching me with an intensity that made my heart hammer against my ribs. Something about his posture was wrong, unnatural. He wasn't standing like a normal dog. He was too still, too purposeful, like a predator that had caught the scent of wounded prey. I took one step backward toward my room, and he took one step forward. I stepped back again, and he mirrored my movement exactly. It was like some twisted dance, some perverse game where the rules were written in my terror and his amusement. His breathing was audible now, deep, controlled inhalations and exhalations that sounded almost human. When I finally turned to run back to my room, I heard him coming after me. Not the clumsy gallop of an excited dog, but measured, calculated steps that seemed to match my own panicked rhythm. I barely made it through my door before slamming it shut and turning the lock with shaking fingers. Bruno hit the door with tremendous force, making the entire frame shudder. Then came silence. The kind of complete quiet that feels more threatening than any sound. I stood there trembling, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Then I heard it, scratching at the door. Not the frantic clawing of a dog that wanted inside, but deliberate, methodical gouging. The sound was rhythmic, almost artistic, as if he was carving something meaningful into the wood. It continued for nearly 2 hours before stopping. In the morning, there were deep gouges in the bottom of the door. Not random scratches, but deliberate marks that almost looked like letters or symbols. My grandfather examined the damage with an expression I'd never seen before. Not anger at his precious dog, but something closer to fear. For the first time, I saw doubt in an adult's eyes when they looked at Bruno. My grandfather stared at those scratches for a long time, then at Bruno, then back at the scratches. He mumbled something about this not being like Bruno at all, about never seeing behavior like this before. But there was something in his voice, something that suggested maybe he had seen things he couldn't explain. When I was 11, Bruno died, and I wish I could claim to feel anything other than overwhelming relief. I was staying with my grandparents that particular weekend when it happened, and Bruno had been acting stranger than usual all day. More aggressive, more unpredictable. He'd spent hours pacing through the house, his nails clicking incessantly on the hardwood floors like some demented percussion instrument. He would stop randomly in doorways, staring at empty spaces as if he could see things the rest of us couldn't. His growling was constant and low, directed at shadows and corners where nothing visible lurked. That night, his behavior escalated to the point where my grandfather had to physically drag him to the basement and lock him in. Even through the thick wooden door and down a full flight of stairs, we could hear Bruno's barking. Not normal dog barking, but something that sounded almost like screaming. The sounds were rhythmic and deliberate, as if he was trying to communicate something urgent and terrible. Around 3 a.m, I woke to complete silence. The kind of absolute quiet that feels wrong when you're accustomed to the normal creaks and sighs of an old house. I lay there in the darkness, suddenly aware that I couldn't hear Bruno anymore. No barking, no pacing, no scratching. Nothing. The silence was somehow more terrifying than his noise had been. It felt heavy and expectant, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I pulled my blankets over my head and tried to convince myself that Bruno had simply tired himself out and fallen asleep. In the morning, my grandfather found him at the bottom of the basement stairs, dead. The veterinarian later determined it was a massive heart attack, apparently common for his age and breed. Natural causes, nothing suspicious. Case closed. But what the veterinarian didn't see, what my grandmother quickly ushered me away from before I could examine too closely, was Bruno's expression. His lips were pulled back in what looked like a snarl of pure rage, his eyes wide open and staring at something only he could see. His front paws were extended as if he'd been reaching for something at the moment of death. He didn't look peaceful. He didn't look like he'd simply succumbed to age and genetics. He looked furious, cheated, as if death had interrupted something important he'd been planning to accomplish. I thought that would be the end of Bruno's reign of terror. I was catastrophically wrong. 3 months after Bruno's death, I arrived for another weekend visit to discover something that made my blood freeze in my veins. There, positioned near my grandfather's favorite leather armchair in the den, was Bruno, stuffed and mounted in a standing position that captured him at his most intimidating. The taxidermist had done exceptional work. Bruno's fur had been expertly groomed and positioned, his posture regal and alert, exactly like in those competition photographs that still lined the basement walls. His mouth was slightly open, revealing those yellowed canine teeth that had haunted my nightmares for years. But something was wrong with his eyes. They were glass, obviously artificial, but they seemed to track movement around the room. No matter where I stood, those dead eyes followed me with the same calculating intelligence I remembered from life. The taxidermist had somehow captured the essence of Bruno's malevolent personality and trapped it behind those glassy windows. My grandfather beamed with pride as he asked if I thought Bruno looked magnificent. He explained that now Bruno would always be with them, watching over the family, protecting the house. My grandmother seemed less enthusiastic about the arrangement, but she supported her husband's decision with the kind of resigned acceptance that comes after decades of marriage. She explained quietly that my grandfather couldn't bear to part with Bruno, that this was his way of processing grief. But there was something in her voice, something that suggested she wasn't entirely comfortable with having a dead dog standing guard in their living room. That night was the first time I experienced what would become a terrifying pattern. I was reading in bed when I heard it, the familiar click of nails on hardwood in the hallway outside my room. The same measured rhythm, the same deliberate pace that had terrorized me for years. My door, which I was certain I'd closed and locked, stood slightly ajar. Through that gap I could see nothing but darkness, but I felt something watching me with predatory patience. I sat paralyzed, staring at that opening, certain I would see Bruno's face appear in the shadows. Nothing materialized, but the feeling of being observed was overwhelming. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, the hallway was empty. I looked down the stairs toward the den, where I could see Bruno's taxidermied form in the dim light, exactly where it had been earlier, unchanging, motionless, dead. I barricaded my door with a chair and barely slept that night. In the morning, I found small, dusty paw prints on the hardwood outside my room. Prints that looked exactly like Bruno's, but that was impossible. When I showed my grandmother, she frowned and muttered something about the neighbor's cat somehow getting inside. But we both knew the neighbors didn't have pets. Over the next 2 years, my weekend visits became exercises in psychological torture. Objects would move around the house, usually my belongings, displaced or hidden in locations where I'd never left them. I'd find my backpack unzipped, homework scattered across floors like confetti. My clothes would be pulled from drawers and arranged in strange patterns that almost looked deliberate. Once I discovered my sneaker in the backyard garden, chewed beyond recognition and covered in fresh saliva that couldn't be explained. The shoe looked like it had been savaged by something with powerful jaws and a taste for destruction. The taxidermied Bruno never seemed to move. At least I never caught him in the act. But sometimes I'd enter the den and find him facing a different direction than I remembered. When I'd mention this to my grandparents, they'd insist nothing had changed, that my memory was playing tricks on me. The incidents escalated gradually, systematically, like a carefully planned campaign of terror. I'd wake up to find my blankets pulled off during the night, scattered on the floor as if something had been searching underneath them. I'd feel pressure at the foot of my bed, like a large animal settling down to sleep. But nothing was ever there when I turned on the lights. The clicking of nails became a regular nighttime occurrence, always stopping just outside my door. Sometimes I could hear breathing, deep, controlled inhalations and exhalations that sounded too measured to be natural. On particularly bad nights, I could hear what sounded like scratching inside the walls, as if something was trying to claw its way out from within the house's structure. My parents thought I was having behavioral problems. My grandparents were concerned but helpless. They never experienced anything themselves, which made my reports sound like the fantasies of an unstable child. My grandfather would suggest that maybe the old house was just settling, but I could tell he was troubled by something he couldn't articulate. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at the taxidermied Bruno with an expression of uncertainty, as if he was beginning to question the wisdom of preserving his beloved pet. There were moments when he seemed to be listening to sounds only he could hear, his head tilted and his eyes distant. The final incident happened when I was 14, during what I promised myself would be my last overnight stay at that cursed house. It was spring break of 2003, and my grandparents had gone to bed early, leaving me alone with the television and my growing dread. I must have dozed off on the living room couch because I woke suddenly around midnight to find the television still broadcasting some late-night talk show. I had that unmistakable feeling of being watched, that primitive awareness that predators instill in their prey. The taxidermied Bruno was gone from his usual position near my grandfather's chair. The empty space where he'd stood seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. I sat up fully, my heart racing as I scanned the dark room. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe my grandfather had moved him for cleaning, or perhaps the mounting had finally given way. But deep in my bones, I knew that wasn't the case. Something was happening, something that defied every logical explanation I could construct. I decided to retreat to my room upstairs, moving as quietly as possible through the house that seemed to breathe around me. Each step on the old staircase seemed to echo louder than it should have, as if the house itself was announcing my presence to whatever lurked in the shadows. When I reached the top of the stairs, I heard it, the clicking of nails on hardwood coming from my room. Not the remembered echo of past terror, but immediate, present, real. I should have run to my grandparents' room, should have screamed for help. But fear paralyzed my legs and stole my voice. I approached my bedroom door, which stood slightly ajar, and pushed it open with a trembling hand. There, in the center of my room, was Bruno. Not the stiff, artificial construct of the taxidermist, but something else entirely. Something that defied every natural law I'd been taught to trust. He looked solid but somehow wrong, like a photograph that had been poorly developed. His fur was dull and seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His movements were jerky and unnatural, but his eyes, those yellow, calculating eyes, were exactly as I remembered them from life, burning with malicious intelligence and patient hunger. When he saw me, his mouth opened in what could only be described as a smile, revealing teeth that gleamed unnaturally white in the darkness. The expression was so human, so deliberately cruel, that my mind recoiled from processing what I was seeing. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could only watch in paralyzed terror as he slowly approached me, his nails clicking on the hardwood floor with each deliberate step. When he was directly in front of me, close enough that I could smell the musty odor of death and preservation chemicals, he stopped. For a moment that lasted an eternity, nothing happened. We stared at each other across the impossible gap between life and death, between sanity and madness. Then, faster than thought, he lunged forward and seized a mouthful of my hair in his jaws. The pain was immediate and excruciating, but it also broke the spell of terror that had held me motionless. I screamed as Bruno began dragging me by my hair toward the hallway, his supernatural strength easily overcoming my desperate struggles. I clawed at the doorframe, trying to grab onto something, anything that might anchor me to safety. My screams finally penetrated the thick walls and woke my grandparents. I heard their bedroom door slam open and their frantic footsteps in the hallway. My grandfather's voice called out, asking what was happening, then stopped mid-sentence as he rounded the corner and saw what was occurring. The moment the hallway light blazed on, Bruno vanished. Not ran away, not released me and fled, simply ceased to exist, as if he'd been nothing more than a shadow that couldn't survive illumination. 1 second he was there, solid and real and terrifying, gripping my hair with supernatural strength. The next second I was alone, collapsed on the floor and sobbing uncontrollably. My grandmother helped me to my feet while my grandfather stood frozen in the hallway, staring at the empty space where Bruno had been. His face was completely drained of color, his eyes wide with the kind of shock that comes from having your fundamental understanding of reality shattered. I asked him through my tears if he had seen it too, if I wasn't going insane. He nodded slowly, his voice barely a whisper, as he admitted that he had seen something. Something that shouldn't have been possible. That night, while I lay trembling in my grandparents' bed, there was no way I was sleeping alone. I heard my grandfather go downstairs. There was silence for a long time, then the sound of the back door opening and closing. Heavy footsteps crossed the backyard, followed by the distinctive sound of a shovel biting into earth. In the morning, the taxidermied Bruno was gone. My grandfather refused to tell me exactly what he'd done with it, only saying that it had been taken care of, that some things shouldn't be preserved, that some doors, once opened, are difficult to close. He finally admitted that he'd been experiencing things too. Objects moved, strange noises, a persistent feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. He'd dismissed it all, convinced it was just grief and imagination playing tricks on his aging mind. I never stayed overnight at my grandparents' house again. My parents didn't understand my refusal, but they respected it after seeing the genuine terror in my eyes whenever the subject was mentioned. Years later, after both my grandparents had passed away and we were cleaning out their house, I found a small metal box buried in the backyard garden under an unmarked stone. Inside was a dog collar, worn and faded, with the name Bruno barely visible on the tarnished tag. Next to it was a note in my grandfather's shaking handwriting. Some doors, once opened, are hard to close. Some love becomes something else in the dark. May God forgive me for what I tried to keep. I reburied the box exactly where I found it, and never told anyone about the discovery. Some things are better left undisturbed. Some secrets are meant to stay buried. I still sometimes wake in the night to the phantom sound of nails clicking on hardwood, and I know that somewhere, in the space between life and death, Bruno is still hunting. But as long as his remains stay buried and forgotten, as long as no one else tries to preserve what should be allowed to die, I think the door will remain closed. The house in Millfield was eventually demolished. The new owners complained of strange sounds and unexplained phenomena, but they attributed it to the age of the structure. When the bulldozers finally came, I felt something that might have been relief. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I wonder if destroying the house was enough. I wonder if some forms of love, twisted by grief and denial, can survive even the destruction of their earthly anchors. I wonder, and I try not to listen too carefully to the sounds outside my bedroom door. I was 17 at the time, restless with the particular brand of boredom that afflicts teenagers in the digital age. My grandparents owned a sprawling ranch nestled among the pine-covered slopes of the Rim Mountains in Arizona. The property featured their main house, a sturdy 2-story log structure, and 7 smaller rental cabins scattered throughout the property, each positioned to offer privacy and stunning views of the wilderness. During spring and summer, my family would visit regularly, enjoying hikes through wildflower-filled meadows and cool evenings under star-filled skies. But winter visits were rare. The mountain roads became treacherous, heavy snow isolated the ranch, and temperatures plummeted well below freezing. Yet that February, my parents decided we needed a family getaway. "It'll be good to disconnect," my father said, eyes fixed on the road as our SUV climbed higher into the mountains. No internet, minimal cell service, just family time. My brother Andrew, 10 years my senior, sat in the back seat with his wife Joanna and their children, 4-year-old Emma and 2-year-old Ben. My cousin Nell was squeezed between the child seats, her attention fixed on a dog-eared paperback. "Weather report says we might get another 8 inches tonight," Mom commented, studying her phone before the signal disappeared entirely. The SUV's wipers fought against the thickening snowfall as we made the final turn onto the unmarked gravel road leading to the ranch. The snow muffled everything, creating that particular winter silence that feels both peaceful and somehow watchful. Our tires crunched over the fresh powder as we pulled up to the main house. Grandpa Russell stood on the porch, his tall frame wrapped in a heavy wool coat, breath visible in the cold air. His weathered face broke into a warm smile as we tumbled out of the vehicle, stiff from the 3-hour drive. "Perfect timing," he called out, helping us with our bags. "Your grandmother just pulled a venison stew off the stove." Inside, the house was warm and fragrant with cooking smells. Grandma June welcomed us with firm hugs, her silver hair pulled back in her usual neat bun. The familiar surroundings, antler chandeliers, well-worn leather furniture, and walls lined with family photos, created an immediate sense of comfort. After dinner, as the adults talked around the fireplace, I watched the snow intensify outside the large picture window. The flakes grew larger, illuminated by the porch lights, swirling in hypnotic patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Something about their movement made me uneasy, though I couldn't explain why. "You and Nell will be staying in Pine Cabin," Grandma informed me, breaking my trance. "We've got the heater running already." Pine Cabin was the closest of the rental cabins to the main house, though still a good 100 yards through the woods. I nodded, unaware that this routine arrangement would become anything but ordinary. Morning brought brilliant sunshine reflecting off pristine snow. The ranch transformed overnight into a winter wonderland, with snow-laden pine branches creating natural archways along the paths between cabins. After breakfast, Andrew suggested we build an igloo for the kids. "I've never seen snow this perfect for packing," he said, demonstrating by forming a perfect snowball with minimal effort. We spent hours in childlike play, crafting a surprisingly sturdy snow structure while Emma and Ben squealed with delight. Yet throughout the day, I noticed Grandpa frequently scanning the tree line, his expression unreadable. Once, I caught him staring intently at something in the distance, his hand instinctively moving toward the rifle that always hung above the kitchen door when we visited. "Everything okay?" I asked. He blinked, as if returning from deep thought. "Just keeping an eye out. Had some trouble with predators lately. Probably just coyotes getting bold with the harsh winter." But something in his tone suggested he wasn't being entirely forthcoming. I noticed he'd been talking in hushed tones with my father and Andrew, conversations that abruptly shifted when anyone else approached. By late afternoon, dark clouds gathered again, promising more snow. The temperature dropped noticeably, and we retreated indoors for hot chocolate and board games. I observed subtle changes in the adults' behavior, the way they tensed at unexpected sounds, how they checked door locks twice, the flashlights and radios placed strategically near entrances. "What's really going on?" I finally asked my mother as she prepared sandwich plates for dinner. She hesitated, knife suspended above the bread. "Nothing you need to worry about. Just stay close to the cabins after dark, okay?" Nell suggested we continue our marathon of board games after dinner, but I declined, feeling unusually fatigued from the day's activities and the altitude. "I think I'll head back to the cabin early," I said, suppressing a yawn. "I need to finish the book I started." "I'll come with you," Nell offered. but Grandma interrupted. Actually, Nell, would you mind helping me organize some photo albums? I've been meaning to sort through them, and your eye for detail would be appreciated. The request seemed oddly timed, but Nell agreed. I'll join you later then, she told me. Don't fall asleep with the light on like last time. As I prepared to leave, Grandpa handed me a powerful flashlight. Stay on the path, he instructed firmly, and lock the door behind you. The intensity in his eyes made me pause. Is there something I should know? He squeezed my shoulder. Just being cautious. The mountains demand respect, especially in winter. The path to Pine Cabin was well marked with solar lights, but darkness had descended completely, rendering them little more than dim beacons in a sea of black. The moon remained hidden behind thick clouds, and the snowfall had resumed, gentler now, but persistent. My flashlight carved a narrow tunnel of visibility through the darkness. Beyond its beam, the forest was an impenetrable wall of shadow. Every few steps I would swing the light in a wide arc, illuminating sections of woods that immediately returned to darkness once the beam passed. The temperature had plummeted further, creating that peculiar silence unique to extreme cold, a silence so complete it seemed to absorb sound rather than merely lack it. My boots crunched rhythmically in the fresh powder, the noise unnaturally loud against the backdrop of nothing. Halfway to the cabin, I stopped. Not consciously, not with any clear thought. My body simply ceased moving as if responding to some primal warning system buried deep in my evolutionary past. The hairs on my arms and neck rose simultaneously, and my breath caught in my throat. I was being watched. Slowly, I turned in a complete circle, sweeping the flashlight beam across the surrounding forest. The light reflected off snow-covered branches and created strange, shifting shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. Nothing concrete, nothing I could point to. Yet the feeling of observation intensified. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice sounded small and vulnerable in the vast darkness. No response came, save for a distant cracking sound, perhaps a branch giving way under the weight of accumulated snow, perhaps something else entirely. I quickened my pace, no longer concerned with appearing afraid. Pine Cabin materialized from the darkness like a sanctuary, its windows glowing with the warm light I'd left on before dinner. I practically ran the final yards, fumbled with the key, and burst inside, slamming the door behind me and engaging both the deadbolt and the secondary chain lock. The cabin's interior offered immediate comfort: a queen-sized bed with a handmade quilt, a small bathroom, a writing desk beneath the window, and a comfortable reading chair. A skylight above the bed would normally offer stargazing opportunities, but tonight showed only darkness and occasional snowflakes. I tried to shake off my unease, attributing it to an overactive imagination fueled by the adult's mysterious behavior. After washing up and changing into warm pajamas, I settled onto the bed with my Kindle, determined to lose myself in a novel rather than dwell on formless fears. The digital clock on the nightstand showed 9:37 p.m. Nell would likely arrive within the hour, and I looked forward to her company. Until then, I immersed myself in my book, gradually relaxing as the fictional world pulled me away from my surroundings. Until the sound. At first, I wasn't sure I'd heard anything at all. Perhaps just the wind or snow sliding from the roof. But then it came again. A low, rumbling sound. Not quite a growl, but something deeper, more deliberate. It emanated from directly behind me, from the other side of the window above the headboard. My entire body tensed. The sound came again, louder this time, impossible to dismiss as anything natural or familiar. With trembling hands, I set my Kindle aside and slowly turned toward the window. What I saw will forever be etched in my memory. Pressed against the glass was a face, or something approximating a face. In the dim light, I could make out features that resembled a wolf. Elongated snout, pointed ears, glinting eyes that reflected an unnatural yellow in the cabin light. But the proportions were wrong. The size impossibly large for any canine native to these mountains. I remained frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. The creature's breath fogged the glass in rhythmic pulses, creating and dispelling small circles of condensation. We stared at each other for what felt like eternity, though it could only have been seconds. Then it moved. A limb rose into view. Not a paw, but something horrifyingly in between animal and human. Fingers too long, joints too numerous, tipped with curved claws that looked capable of shredding metal. This impossible appendage pressed flat against the window, spreading wide as if measuring the barrier's strength. I scrambled backward off the bed, nearly falling in my haste. My mind struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. The window this creature peered through was at least 7 feet off the ground on the outside, where the cabin was built into the sloping mountainside. For its face to be visible required it to stand upright at a height no natural animal could achieve. The claws began to drag downward, creating a sound so grating and deliberate it seemed designed to unnerve. The screech of keratin against glass sent waves of revulsion through my body. I watched, paralyzed, as it traced what appeared to be deliberate patterns. Not random scratches, but something with purpose. Then, abruptly, the face withdrew from the window. I heard heavy movement outside, something large circling the cabin with slow, measured steps. Occasional scrapes against the wooden exterior suggested it was testing the structure, searching for weakness. With horror, I realized I had left the front door unlocked for Nell. Adrenaline finally broke my paralysis. I lunged for the door, my stockinged feet sliding on the wooden floor. My hands fumbled with the deadbolt, finally engaging it with a solid click that sounded impossibly loud in the quiet cabin. I added the chain lock as well, though it suddenly seemed flimsy protection against whatever circled outside. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, cursing as I saw the single bar of reception flickering uncertainly. Mountain service was always spotty, but the snowstorm made it worse. I dialed my mother's number with shaking fingers, praying the call would connect. Outside, something heavy impacted the side of the cabin. Not a casual brush, but a deliberate strike that made the entire structure shudder. The lights flickered momentarily, plunging the cabin into darkness before humming back to life. The call connected just as another blow struck the cabin, this one powerful enough to knock a framed landscape from the wall. It crashed to the floor, glass shattering. "Mom!" I screamed into the phone as soon as I heard her voice. "Something's trying to get in. There's something outside the cabin." Her response was immediate. "Stay away from the windows. We're coming." Another impact, this time against the door itself. The wood creaked ominously, and I could hear the deadbolt rattling in its housing. Whatever was out there understood doors, understood locks. This wasn't mindless animal behavior. "Hurry," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if she could still hear me. The phone showed the call had dropped. I retreated to the bathroom, the only space without windows, clutching the flashlight Grandpa had given me like a talisman. Outside, the creature continued its methodical assault on the cabin, testing different entry points with frightening intelligence. The minutes stretched endlessly as I huddled against the bathtub, ears straining for any sound that might indicate help was coming. When the distant rumble of an engine finally penetrated the noise of the assault, the relief was so intense I nearly collapsed. The creature's reaction to the approaching vehicle was immediate. The assault on the cabin ceased, replaced by what sounded like rapid movement through the snow. I heard the growl of my grandfather's truck drawing closer, its headlights briefly illuminating the bathroom through the crack beneath the door. "Riley," my grandfather's voice called out, deep and authoritative. "Are you in there?" I burst from the bathroom, still clutching the flashlight. "I'm here. Don't come in without a weapon." Through the window beside the door, I could see my grandfather, father, and 2 uncles, Uncle Daniel and Uncle Peter, all armed with hunting rifles. My grandfather carried his prized Remington 700, a serious weapon he used for elk hunting. They formed a protective semicircle, scanning the surroundings with practiced movements that spoke of military training from their younger days. "Unlock the door, Riley," my father called. "Quick now." I disengaged the locks with trembling hands and nearly fell into my father's arms as he entered. Uncle Daniel and Uncle Peter remained outside, rifles raised, moving in slow circles as they surveyed the darkness beyond the cabin's immediate vicinity. "What happened?" Dad asked, his voice steady despite the fear evident in his eyes. The words tumbled out in a confused rush. The face at the window, the hand that wasn't a hand, the methodical testing of the cabin's defenses. As I spoke, Grandpa examined the window where I'd first seen the creature. "Look here," he said grimly, pointing his flashlight. In the beam, deep scratches were visible in the wooden frame surrounding the glass. Not random damage, but deliberate markings that almost resembled crude symbols. Uncle Peter called from outside. "Russell, you need to see this." We joined them, my father keeping a protective arm around my shoulders. Uncle Peter's flashlight illuminated the snow beneath the elevated side of the cabin, the side where I'd seen the creature at the window. Imprinted in the fresh powder were tracks unlike anything I'd ever seen. They resembled wolf prints in their general shape, but were massively oversized, each easily larger than my grandfather's outstretched hand. More disturbing were the inconsistencies in their formation, sometimes showing distinct toe pads like a canine, other times displaying what looked disturbingly like elongated finger marks. "What made these?" I whispered. The four men exchanged looks heavy with meaning. Grandpa's weathered face was grim in the harsh flashlight beam. "We need to get back to the main house," he said instead of answering. "Now." As we hurried along the path, Uncle Daniel and Uncle Peter positioned themselves at the front and rear of our group, rifles ready. My father and grandfather flanked me, their eyes constantly scanning the darkness between the trees. "There's something you should see," Grandpa said quietly as we walked. He directed his flashlight toward a massive pine about 20 feet off the path. Deep gouges marred its trunk, vertical scrapes that extended upward far beyond the reach of a standing man, at least 20 feet high. "Found these 3 days ago," he continued. "Similar marks on trees throughout the property. Game cameras keep getting destroyed before we can retrieve any footage." "What is it?" I asked, voice barely audible over the crunching snow beneath our boots. "Don't know for certain," Grandpa admitted. "But it's big, it's smart, and it's not natural to these mountains." The main house was ablaze with light when we arrived, every exterior lamp illuminated, casting harsh shadows across the snow-covered yard. Mom rushed out to meet us, wrapping me in a fierce embrace before ushering me inside where Grandma, Nell, Andrew, Joanna, and the children waited anxiously. Emma and Ben had been put to bed in the upstairs guest room, mercifully unaware of the tension permeating the house. The adults gathered in the kitchen, voices low but urgent. "I told you it was escalating," Grandpa said to my father. "This isn't random wildlife behavior." Uncle Peter placed his rifle on the kitchen table, a breach of Grandma's usual house rules that she didn't comment on. "We should call Fish and Wildlife again." "They didn't take us seriously last time," Uncle Daniel countered. "Suggested it was just a particularly large black bear, despite the evidence." "What exactly is happening here?" Nell demanded, her usual composure frayed. "What was out there?" Grandpa sighed heavily, exchanging glances with Grandma before addressing us all. "Something's been stalking the property for about 3 weeks now. Started with missing chickens, then one of the barn cats disappeared. Last week we found one of the yearling calves dead in the north pasture. Not killed for food, just torn apart." "And you didn't think to warn us before we came up here?" Mom's voice held a sharp edge. "We didn't want to worry you unnecessarily," Grandma interjected. "Russell thought it might move on once the weather improved. Predators get desperate during hard winters." "This isn't desperation," I said, all eyes turning to me. "Whatever I saw was intelligent. It was testing the cabin, looking for ways in. And those scratches on the window frame, they looked deliberate, like it was marking territory." A heavy silence followed my words. Grandpa nodded slowly. "Riley's right. This isn't normal predator behavior. I've called the ranger station, Uncle Daniel announced, returning from the living room where he'd been on the landline. They're sending someone first thing tomorrow, but with the snow, it could be midday before they arrive. Grandpa loaded shells into his shotgun with practiced efficiency. We'll take watches through the night, 2-hour shifts, pairs at all times. Peter and I will take first watch. Daniel and Andrew second, then John and I will take the pre-dawn hours. No one argued with the arrangement. The women and I were tasked with checking all windows and doors, ensuring every possible entry point was secured. The ranch house was built with security in mind. Solid oak doors, reinforced frames, windows that could be barricaded if necessary. As we worked, I described in greater detail what I'd seen at the cabin. The more I spoke, the more I realized how difficult it was to accurately convey the wrongness of the creature, how it seemed to occupy an unsettling middle ground between wolf and human, between animal instinct and calculated intelligence. I've heard stories, Grandma said quietly as we checked the latches on the living room windows. Old tales from the indigenous people who lived in these mountains long before European settlers arrived. Stories about creatures that walk between forms, that hunt not just for sustenance but for sport. You think that's what's out there? I asked, skepticism warring with the vivid memory of what I'd seen. She shook her head. I think there are things in these mountains that defy easy explanation. Things that modern science hasn't cataloged. Whether it's an undiscovered species or something else entirely, I can't say. Sleep was impossible for most of us that night. I dozed fitfully on the living room sofa, jerking awake at every creak of the old house, every whispered conversation between the men as they changed watch shifts. Through the window, I could see them patrolling the perimeter of the house, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, rifles held ready. Sometime in the early morning hours, I was startled fully awake by urgent voices on the back porch. Uncle Peter and my father were speaking rapidly, their breath visible in the pre-dawn air as I peered through the window. Circled the entire property, Uncle Peter was saying. Multiple sets of tracks, all the same type. How many? Dad asked, his voice tight. Hard to be certain. At least 3 distinct individuals, based on the stride length and depth. I felt my stomach drop. Not one creature, but several. A pack. Dawn arrived with painful slowness. The sky transitioning from black to deep blue to a pale, washed-out gray that offered little comfort. The snowfall had stopped, but heavy clouds remained, promising more before the day's end. No one had encountered anything during the night watches, though Uncle Daniel reported hearing something large moving through the trees around 3 a.m. Nothing had approached the house directly. After a tense breakfast that no one had much appetite for, Grandpa, Uncle Peter, and my father prepared to visit Pine Cabin in daylight to retrieve our belongings and examine the damage more thoroughly. Andrew would remain at the main house with Uncle Daniel to protect the rest of the family. I want to come too, I insisted. I should see it in daylight. After some debate, they reluctantly agreed, provided I stayed close and followed instructions without question. We armed ourselves, the men with rifles, me with Grandpa's heavy maglite that could double as a club if necessary, and set out along the now familiar path. Daylight transformed the forest, rendering it ordinary, almost disappointingly benign after the terrors of the night. The tracks, however, told a different story. In the harsh clarity of morning, they were even more disturbing. Massive prints that followed our path from the main house to the cabin with unsettling precision, veering off occasionally to circle trees or investigate other cabins, but always returning to the main trail. Pine Cabin looked surprisingly intact from the outside, though deep gouges marred the wooden siding in several places. The most concentrated damage was around the windows and door, points of potential entry. Something tried very hard to get in, Uncle Peter observed, running his fingers along scratches in the door frame that had splintered the solid oak. Inside, I collected my belongings while the men examined the cabin methodically. Grandpa took photographs with a digital camera, documenting the damage for the authorities and insurance purposes. "Look at this pattern," Dad called from the window where I'd first seen the creature. He pointed to the scratches in the wooden frame, which upon closer inspection did indeed form a distinct pattern, 3 vertical lines intersected by 2 horizontal ones. "It's on the door frame too," Uncle Peter noted. "And here, by the bathroom window." Grandpa's expression grew increasingly troubled as we found the same marking repeated throughout the cabin. "This isn't random damage." As we prepared to leave, a truck with Forest Service markings pulled up outside. 2 uniformed rangers emerged, a tall bearded man in his 50s, and a younger woman with sharp eyes that immediately began assessing the scene. "Russell," the older ranger greeted my grandfather with a firm handshake. "Wish we were meeting under better circumstances. I'm taking your reports a lot more seriously after what happened at the Nelson property." "Nelson property?" Grandpa's voice sharpened. "What happened?" The rangers exchanged glances. "You haven't heard? 3 nights ago, about 15 miles northeast of here. Family of 4. Their vacation cabin was broken into. Parents killed, children missing. Signs of large predator activity, but..." "But what?" my father pressed. "But inconsistent with known predator behavior," the female ranger finished. "Door was forced open, not clawed through. Food left untouched. And markings on the walls and door frames similar to what I'm seeing here." A cold weight settled in my stomach. The creatures I'd seen weren't just curious or territorial. They were actively hunting humans. While the adults continued their grim conversation, I wandered a short distance from the cabin, needing space to process this new information. The forest seemed to press in around me, no longer benign despite the daylight. A flash of color caught my eye. Something red against the pristine white snow about 20 yards from the cabin. Curious, I moved closer, discovering a torn piece of fabric snagged on a low branch. It looked like part of a child's winter coat, the material expensive and relatively new. "Grandpa," I called, holding up my discovery. "I found something." The rangers were particularly interested in the fabric, placing it carefully in an evidence bag. "This matches the description of what one of the Nelson children was wearing," the female ranger confirmed, her expression grim. Further search of the area revealed more disturbing findings. Additional tracks showing what appeared to be something large dragging a heavy object through the snow, small items of children's clothing, and most chillingly, a distinct trail leading deeper into the forest toward the most remote regions of the mountain range. "We need to organize a proper search party," the male ranger decided, already on his radio calling for backup. "If there's any chance those children are still alive." We returned to the main house in somber silence, the implications of our discoveries weighing heavily on everyone. The rangers' backup would arrive within hours, bringing additional personnel, tracking dogs, and more comprehensive equipment. Grandpa insisted we pack immediately and leave before noon. "This isn't our fight now," he said firmly. "The authorities are taking over, and I want my family safely off this mountain." No one argued. Even Grandma, who typically hated leaving her home, was already packing essentials into well-worn suitcases. We were ready to leave within the hour, vehicles packed and children secured in their car seats. The rangers had established a command post at the main house, additional Forest Service and Sheriff's Department vehicles arriving in a steady stream. Men and women in uniform moved with purposeful efficiency, unloading equipment and consulting topographical maps spread across Grandpa's kitchen table. As we prepared to depart, the female ranger approached me. "I'd like to get a formal statement from you," she said. "You're the only one who saw these creatures clearly." In the stark daylight of the kitchen, surrounded by law enforcement professionals, I felt suddenly self-conscious about my account. Would they believe me? Would they dismiss what I'd seen as the overactive imagination of a frightened teenager? But as I described the events of the previous night, the face at the window, the hand that wasn't quite a hand, the methodical testing of the cabin's defenses. I saw recognition in the ranger's eyes. "This matches other reports we've received," she confirmed when I finished. "Isolated incidents over the past decade, but increasing in frequency and boldness over the last 6 months." "What are they?" I asked, the question that had haunted me since the previous night. She hesitated. "Officially? Unknown predator species, possibly wolves with genetic abnormalities or bears with unusual behavior patterns." Her voice lowered. "Unofficially, something that shouldn't exist. Something that's evolving, adapting, learning how to hunt us more effectively." A chill ran through me despite the warmth of the kitchen. "Will you find those children?" Her expression turned grim. "We'll try. But given what we know about these creatures' behavior patterns..." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. As we finally drove away from the ranch, I watched through the rear window as the collection of emergency vehicles grew smaller in the distance. The mountain itself seemed to loom over them, ancient and indifferent to human concerns. 3 weeks later, the official search for the Nelson children was called off. The official report cited animal predation as the cause of the parents' deaths. The children were presumed dead, though their bodies were never recovered. Grandpa and Grandma sold the ranch that spring, moving to a retirement community in Phoenix. None of us ever returned to the mountains. Sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I still wake suddenly with the certainty that something is watching me through my bedroom window. I lie perfectly still, holding my breath, waiting for the sound of claws against glass. The mountains keep their secrets well. But sometimes those secrets venture down into the world of humans, hungry for more than just flesh. They hunger for our fear, our confusion, our desperate need to categorize and understand. Some things defy understanding. Some predators have learned that humans are easy prey when isolated, when comfortable in their perceived safety. Be cautious when you venture into remote places. Pay attention to the warnings your body gives you. That primal fear response that preceded civilization, that tension along your spine that tells you you're being hunted. And if you ever find yourself alone in a cabin in the wilderness and feel eyes upon you from the darkness beyond your windows, do not assume the barrier between you and what watches is sufficient protection. Lock your doors, stay vigilant, and remember that we have never been the apex predator we believe ourselves to be. God help you if you ever see what I saw that night. The memory alone is enough to make me question everything I thought I knew about the natural world and our place within it. Some watchers should remain unseen. "3 years ago, when I was 22, I made what would become the most haunting decision of my life. My close friend Maya had convinced me to join her as a counselor at Cedar Point Summer Camp, located on a remote island 12 miles off the Maine coast. The pay was decent, and the idea of spending July surrounded by pine trees and ocean air seemed like the perfect escape from my suffocating office job. The ferry ride to the island took nearly 2 hours, cutting through choppy gray waters that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. As we approached the dock, I noticed how the thick fog clung to the island's shoreline, obscuring much of the landscape beyond the weathered wooden pier. The other counselors chatted excitedly, but something about the place made my stomach twist with an inexplicable dread. Maya squeezed my shoulder as we disembarked, her blonde hair whipping in the salty wind. "This is going to be amazing," she whispered, but I caught the slight tremor in her voice. Even she seemed affected by the island's oppressive atmosphere. The camp director, a stern woman named Ms. Rodriguez, gathered us in the main lodge, a drafty building that creaked ominously with every gust of wind. The walls were lined with faded photographs of previous camp sessions, their subjects staring out with hollow eyes that seemed to follow our movements. As she assigned cabin placements, I felt my heart sink when she announced that Maya and I would be staying in cabin 14, the furthest accommodation from the main camp. It's about a quarter-mile hike through the woods, Ms. Rodriguez explained, her weathered face betraying no emotion. The isolation will help you focus on your duties without distractions. She handed us a hand-drawn map, the paper yellowed with age and marked with warnings about staying on the designated path after dark. Our trek to the cabin was unsettling from the start. The gravel path crunched beneath our feet, each step echoing unnaturally in the dense forest surrounding us. Towering pines blocked out most of the afternoon sunlight, casting everything in perpetual twilight. The air grew noticeably colder as we walked deeper into the woods, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, convinced that something was watching us from between the trees. The cabin itself was a small, rustic structure with peeling paint and windows that looked like hollow eyes in the gathering dusk. Inside, the floorboards groaned under our weight, and the air smelled of mildew and something else, something organic and rotting that I couldn't identify. Maya tried to lighten the mood by unpacking her cheerful decorations, but they looked grotesquely out of place in the cabin's gloomy interior. As night fell, the sounds began. What started as normal forest noises, rustling leaves, distant owl calls, gradually became something more disturbing. There were snapping branches that seemed too deliberate to be caused by small animals, and a rhythmic tapping against the cabin's exterior that had no natural explanation. When I mentioned it to Maya, she laughed nervously and suggested it was just the wind, but I saw her eyes dart toward the windows with the same fear that was building in my chest. Unable to shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with our surroundings, I found myself drawn to the large window facing north. In the distance, barely visible through the trees, was a substantial hill that rose above the forest canopy. During our arrival briefing, Ms. Rodriguez had mentioned it in passing, warning us that it was off-limits to both counselors and campers due to unstable terrain. But something about her delivery had seemed rehearsed, as if she were hiding the real reason. "Maya," I called softly, not wanting to fully voice my growing unease. "Do you want to take a walk? I can't seem to settle in, and the fresh air might help." She looked up from her unpacking, her face pale in the cabin's dim lighting. "Where would we go? It's already past 10, and they specifically told us to stay near the cabin after dark." The reasonable part of my mind knew she was right, but a stronger compulsion was pulling me toward that distant hill. It was as if something was calling to me from up there, though I couldn't explain what or why. "Just a quick hike. We'll stay on the path and be back within an hour. I promise." Maya's hesitation was evident, but she'd always been unable to resist my more adventurous impulses. After a few more minutes of my persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, and we quietly gathered our flashlights and jackets. The cabin door's hinges screamed in protest as we opened it, the sound cutting through the night air like a warning we chose to ignore. The path toward the hill branched off from the main trail about 50 yards from our cabin. This secondary route was barely visible, overgrown with brambles and low-hanging branches that caught at our clothing like grasping fingers. Our flashlight beams seemed pathetically weak against the absolute darkness surrounding us, creating dancing shadows that played tricks on our peripheral vision. As we walked, the forest around us became increasingly silent. The normal sounds of nocturnal wildlife gradually faded until we were walking through an unnatural quiet that made every footstep sound like a gunshot. The air grew thick and humid, carrying strange scents that reminded me of ozone before a thunderstorm mixed with something metallic and bitter. "Maybe we should turn back," Maya whispered, her voice barely audible even in the silence. "This doesn't feel right." But I was already committed to reaching that hill, driven by a compulsion I couldn't understand or resist. "We're almost there," I replied, though truthfully, I had no idea how much farther we had to go. The darkness ahead seemed to stretch infinitely, swallowing our flashlight beams as if they were being absorbed by something hungry and waiting. The hill's summit was larger than it had appeared from the cabin, a circular clearing perhaps 50 feet across with an unobstructed view of the night sky. As we crested the final ridge, both Maya and I stopped abruptly, overwhelmed by the sensation that we had entered a space that was somehow different from the rest of the world. The silence here was absolute. No insects, no wind through the trees, not even the distant sound of waves against the island's shores. It was as if we had stepped into a vacuum where normal laws of nature no longer applied. The grass beneath our feet felt wrong, too soft and yielding, almost spongy. And when I aimed my flashlight downward, I noticed it had an odd bluish tint that seemed to shimmer in the artificial light. Maya grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my jacket with desperate strength. "Do you feel that?" she whispered, her breath forming visible clouds despite the warm summer night. I knew exactly what she meant. There was a pressure in the air, a weight that seemed to press down on us from above while simultaneously pulling at something deep in our chests. My ears began to ring with a high-pitched tone that grew steadily louder, and I felt a strange tingling sensation crawling across my skin like thousands of invisible insects. That's when we saw it. At first, it appeared as nothing more than a distant star, a faint point of light hovering motionless above the horizon. But as we watched, transfixed by a terror we couldn't name, it began to grow larger and brighter. What had seemed like a single light resolved into 3 distinct red points, arranged in a perfect triangle, pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to match the sudden racing of my heartbeat. The object moved with impossible smoothness, gliding through the air without any visible means of propulsion or any sound that would indicate conventional aircraft. As it drew closer, I could make out its shape more clearly, a dark metallic mass that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness, making it difficult to determine its exact size or configuration. Maya's breathing became rapid and shallow beside me, and I realized that my own lungs felt constricted, as if the air around us had become too thin to properly sustain life. The ringing in my ears intensified until it became a piercing whine that made thinking clearly almost impossible. The craft, for lack of a better word, continued its approach until it was perhaps 200 feet above us, close enough that I could see details on its surface. The metal appeared to ripple like liquid, shifting and changing in ways that hurt to look at directly. Strange protrusions extended and retracted from its hull in seemingly random patterns, and occasionally, brief flashes of light would travel across its surface like electrical discharges. Then, without warning, all 3 red lights suddenly intensified, bathing the entire hilltop in a crimson glow that made everything look like a scene from hell. The light penetrated through my closed eyelids, and even when I tried to shield my face with my hands, it seemed to burn directly into my brain. Maya screamed, a raw, primal sound that cut through even the deafening whine filling the air. The sound of her terror broke whatever spell had held me frozen, and suddenly we were both running, crashing through the underbrush toward the path back to our cabin. We ran without stopping until we reached the cabin, our lungs burning and our hearts hammering against our ribs. Maya's hands shook so violently that she couldn't work the door handle, and I had to push her aside to get us inside. Once the door was closed and locked behind us, we both collapsed onto the nearest bed, gasping for air and trying to process what we had just experienced. The next several hours passed in a haze of fear and confusion. Maya sat huddled in the corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, rocking slightly back and forth. Occasionally she would start to say something about what we had seen, but the words would die in her throat, as if her mind was refusing to acknowledge the reality of our encounter. I tried to rationalize what had happened, running through every possible explanation I could think of. Military aircraft, weather balloons, some kind of experimental technology. But none of these possibilities could account for the craft's impossible movements or the strange effects it had produced in the environment around us. As dawn approached, I noticed that neither of us had been able to achieve anything resembling real rest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those 3 red lights burning behind my eyelids, and the memory of that metallic whining sound would return with such clarity that I would jolt awake, convinced that the craft had returned. Maya finally spoke as the first pale light of sunrise began filtering through the cabin's grimy windows. "We can't tell anyone about this," she said, her voice hoarse from hours of silence. "They'll think we're insane." But even as we made this pact of silence, I knew that keeping quiet would be impossible. The experience had changed something fundamental about how I perceived the world around us. Every shadow seemed deeper, every unexpected sound carried sinister implications, and the very air itself felt charged with invisible threats. During the following day's activities with the campers, I found it nearly impossible to concentrate on my responsibilities. The children's laughter sounded hollow and distant, and I caught myself constantly scanning the sky, searching for any sign of the craft's return. Maya exhibited similar behavior, jumping at sudden noises and showing an uncharacteristic irritability with the kids under our care. The other counselors began to notice our strange behavior by the afternoon. During lunch, one of them commented on how tired we both looked, and another asked if we were feeling ill. Each innocent question felt like an accusation, as if they somehow knew about our nocturnal adventure and were testing us to see if we would confess. That evening, as we returned to our isolated cabin, the forest seemed even more threatening than before. Shadows appeared to move independently of their sources, and the normal sounds of wildlife were replaced by an oppressive silence that made every step sound unnaturally loud. The path back to our cabin felt longer than usual, as if the distance was somehow stretching with each footfall. Inside the cabin, we tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy, but the atmosphere was thick with unspoken terror. Maya prepared a simple dinner, but neither of us could manage more than a few bites. The food tasted like ash in my mouth, and every swallow was an effort that left me feeling nauseous. As darkness fell, the sounds began again. The same deliberate snapping of branches and rhythmic tapping against the cabin's exterior that we had heard the night before. But now these sounds carried a different weight, a sense of deliberate intelligence that made them far more terrifying than random forest noises. Despite every rational thought screaming against it, I found myself once again drawn to the window facing the hill. The compulsion was stronger than the previous night, an almost physical pull that made it difficult to focus on anything else. Maya noticed my distraction and begged me not to even consider returning to that cursed hilltop, but the urge was becoming impossible to resist. "There's something wrong with me," I confessed to her around midnight, my hands pressed against the window glass as I stared into the darkness. "I can't stop thinking about going back up there. It's like something is calling to me." Maya's face reflected the same internal struggle. Despite her obvious terror, I could see in her eyes that she was experiencing the same irresistible pull. "Maybe if we go back, we'll realize it was just our imagination," she said, though her voice carried no conviction. "Maybe in daylight or with better equipment, we'll see that it was something perfectly normal." But we both knew we weren't going to wait for daylight. The compulsion was too strong, and the not knowing was almost worse than the fear itself. By 1 a.m., we had once again gathered our flashlights and were making our way through the forest toward the hill. This time the journey felt different. The path seemed to have changed somehow, with new obstacles and turns that I didn't remember from the previous night. Branches caught at our clothing with what felt like deliberate intent, and more than once, I could have sworn I heard footsteps following us through the underbrush, footsteps that stopped whenever we paused to listen. The forest around us felt alive with malevolent intelligence. Trees appeared to lean inward over the path, creating tunnels of darkness that our flashlights could barely penetrate. The air grew progressively colder as we climbed, and by the time we neared the summit, our breath was forming thick clouds that hung motionless in the still air. Maya stopped suddenly about 20 feet from the clearing's edge, her entire body rigid with terror. "It's already here," she whispered, pointing toward the hilltop with a shaking hand. Even before we reached the summit, I could see the glow. The same crimson light from the night before was painting the trees around the clearing, pulsing with that same hypnotic rhythm. But this time, there was something different about the quality of the light. It seemed more intense, more focused, as if whatever was producing it had grown stronger or more interested in our presence. As we crept to the edge of the clearing, trying to remain hidden among the trees, I felt my legs grow weak with terror. The craft was there, just as we had seen it before, but now it was much closer to the ground, perhaps only 50 feet above the hilltop. Its surface rippled and shifted in the red light, and I could hear a low humming sound that seemed to vibrate through the earth beneath our feet. But what made this encounter infinitely more terrifying was the realization that the craft was waiting for us. Its position, its timing, even the quality of its light, everything suggested that our return had been anticipated, perhaps even orchestrated. As we watched from the tree line, paralyzed by a mixture of terror and fascination, the craft began to descend further. The humming sound grew louder, becoming a deep throbbing that I could feel in my bones. The red lights arranged in their triangular pattern began to pulse more rapidly, and new lights appeared along the craft's edges. Smaller, white pinpricks that moved in complex patterns across its surface. Maya grabbed my arm so tightly that her fingernails drew blood through my jacket. "We need to leave," she hissed. But even as she spoke, I could see that she was as transfixed as I was. Something about the craft's presence made it impossible to look away, as if it was exerting some kind of magnetic pull on our consciousness. The air around us began to change. The temperature dropped even further, and I noticed that the grass at the clearing's edge was beginning to frost over despite the warm summer night. My skin started to tingle with what felt like static electricity, and the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. Then the craft settled into a perfect hover just 30 feet above the center of the clearing, close enough that I could make out intricate details on its hull. The surface wasn't uniformly metallic as I had first thought. Instead, it appeared to be covered with thousands of small hexagonal panels that shifted color and transparency in waves. Occasionally, one of these panels would become completely transparent, offering glimpses of a complex interior filled with pulsing lights and incomprehensible machinery. A new sound joined the humming, a series of high-pitched tones that seemed to form a pattern, almost like a musical phrase repeated over and over. The tones were beautiful in a way that made them even more terrifying, and I found myself unconsciously swaying to their rhythm. Maya's breathing had become so rapid that I was worried she might hyperventilate. "Can you feel that?" she gasped, one hand pressed to her chest. "It's like something is pressing down on my lungs." I knew exactly what she meant. The air itself felt heavy and thick, as if we were breathing liquid instead of gas. Each breath required conscious effort, and I could taste something metallic and bitter with every inhalation. Suddenly, without any warning, one of the craft's panels slid open with a sound like tearing silk. A beam of intensely bright white light shot out from the opening, sweeping across the clearing in slow, deliberate arcs. We pressed ourselves against the trees, praying that the shadows would conceal us, but the light seemed to penetrate everything it touched. When the beam passed over us, the effect was immediate and overwhelming. My vision exploded into white-hot pain, and for several seconds, I was completely blind. But worse than the physical discomfort was the sensation that something was examining me, looking through me, cataloging every thought and memory with cold, alien intelligence. The beam moved on, but its effects lingered. My head throbbed with a migraine that felt like ice picks being driven through my skull, and I could taste blood in my mouth where I had bitten my tongue. Maya was in worse condition. She had collapsed to her knees and was vomiting violently into the undergrowth. As we struggled to recover from the beam's effects, the craft began to rise again, slowly ascending until it reached its previous altitude. The musical tones faded, replaced once again by the deep humming that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. But just before the craft disappeared entirely, something fell from its hull. A small, dark object that tumbled through the air before landing with a soft thud in the center of the clearing. Neither Maya nor I was willing to investigate what had fallen from the craft that night. We fled back to our cabin in a state of near panic, stumbling through the forest like wounded animals. The journey that had taken us nearly an hour to complete carefully now passed in a blur of terror-driven adrenaline, and we didn't stop running until we were safely inside with the door locked behind us. The rest of the night passed without any attempt at rest. We sat together on one of the narrow beds, our backs against the wall, watching the windows for any sign of the craft's return. Maya had developed a persistent tremor that shook her entire body, and I found that I couldn't stop my teeth from chattering despite the cabin's stuffy warmth. As dawn broke, I made a decision that I knew Maya would oppose. "I'm going back to the clearing," I announced, reaching for my jacket. "Whatever fell from that thing, I need to see it." "Are you insane?" Maya's voice cracked with exhaustion and fear. "What if it's still there? What if they're waiting for us to come back?" But I had passed beyond rational fear into a state of desperate need for proof. The encounters of the past 2 nights had been so far outside normal human experience that part of my mind was already beginning to doubt their reality. I needed physical evidence, something tangible that would confirm we hadn't shared some kind of collective hallucination. Maya eventually agreed to accompany me, but only after I promised that we would leave immediately if we sensed any danger. The hike to the hilltop in daylight revealed details that had been hidden by darkness. Strange burn marks on tree trunks, patches of grass that had been flattened in perfect geometric patterns, and areas where the vegetation had withered and died despite the summer growing season. The clearing itself bore obvious signs of the craft's presence. The grass in the center was compressed into a perfect circle, and the earth beneath showed scorch marks that formed intricate, interlocking patterns. But most significantly, lying exactly where I had seen it fall, was a small metallic object about the size of a golf ball. As I approached it, Maya hung back at the clearing's edge, her face pale with terror. The object appeared to be made of the same rippling, liquid-like metal as the craft's hull, and it pulsed with a faint internal light that seemed to respond to my proximity. When I was within arm's reach, I could hear it emitting a barely audible humming sound, the same tone we had heard from the craft itself. I spent several minutes working up the courage to actually touch it. When I finally did, the sensation was unlike anything I had ever experienced. The metal felt simultaneously hot and cold, solid and liquid, and holding it sent waves of mild electrical shocks up my arm. Most disturbing of all, the object seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, as if it was somehow synchronizing itself with my biological functions. We carefully wrapped the object in one of Maya's t-shirts and carried it back to the cabin, where we spent the morning examining it more closely. Under direct sunlight, new details became visible. Tiny symbols or writing etched into its surface that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. The internal light grew brighter when exposed to electronic devices, pulsing more rapidly when near our cell phones or flashlights. By afternoon, we had decided that we needed to report our encounters to the authorities, regardless of how insane our story might sound. But when we turned on the small radio in our cabin to check for news, we discovered that we weren't alone in our experiences. The local news was filled with reports of similar sightings across the entire coastal region. Dozens of witnesses had come forward describing encounters with aircraft matching the exact specifications of what we had seen. The Coast Guard had received so many reports that they had issued an official statement acknowledging unusual aerial phenomena in the area. But most shocking of all were the reports of other objects being found. Apparently, whatever had visited the hilltop had left similar calling cards across multiple locations, and government investigators were already en route to collect and analyze the physical evidence. Armed with confirmation that our experiences were part of a larger phenomenon, Maya and I finally worked up the courage to approach Ms. Rodriguez with our story. We brought the metallic object with us, certain that physical evidence would convince her of the truth of our account. Her reaction was immediate and devastating. She listened to our description with growing skepticism, her expression shifting from professional concern to barely concealed irritation. When we produced the object, she examined it briefly before dismissing it as probably some kind of experimental weather monitoring device that had fallen from a research aircraft. "I've run this camp for 15 years, she said, her voice taking on a patronizing tone that made my cheeks burn with embarrassment. "Every summer, I get at least one pair of counselors who claim to have seen something unusual in the woods. It's always the same thing. isolation, stress, and overactive imaginations combining to create false memories of extraordinary events. She went on to explain that the island had a long history of unusual electromagnetic phenomena due to its unique geological composition, and that these natural effects often caused hallucinations and equipment malfunctions that could easily be mistaken for supernatural occurrences. No amount of argument could shake her certainty that we had experienced nothing more than stress-induced delusions. She confiscated the metallic object, claiming that it needed to be returned to whatever research institution had lost it, and warned us that any further discussion of alien encounters with the other staff or campers would result in our immediate dismissal. The other counselors' reactions were even worse. Word of our claims spread quickly through the camp's small community, and within hours, we had become objects of ridicule and suspicion. Some viewed us as attention-seeking troublemakers, while others seemed genuinely concerned about our mental health. The few who claimed to believe us did so with the kind of patronizing sympathy typically reserved for small children, afraid of monsters under their beds. The remaining weeks of our commitment stretched endlessly ahead of us. We couldn't leave without forfeiting our contracts and facing financial penalties we couldn't afford, so we were trapped on the island with people who viewed us as either liars or mentally unstable. The isolation became even more oppressive, and we found ourselves withdrawing from social interactions with the other staff members. But the worst part was the knowledge that something extraordinary and terrifying had occurred, and we were powerless to make anyone else acknowledge its reality. Every night, we watched the skies, waiting for the craft to return. Every strange sound in the forest made us freeze with remembered terror. The experience had fundamentally altered our perception of reality, but we were forced to live as if nothing had happened. Maya began experiencing nightmares that left her screaming in her sleep. I developed a persistent anxiety that made it difficult to eat or concentrate on simple tasks. We both lost significant weight during our remaining time at the camp, and by the end of July, we looked like refugees from some unimaginable disaster. The ferry ride back to the mainland felt like an escape from prison, but the relief was temporary. In the years since leaving Cedar Point, neither Maya nor I has been able to fully process what we experienced on that remote island. The memory of those red lights and that impossible craft continues to haunt our dreams and intrude into our waking thoughts. I still have nightmares about that humming sound and the sensation of being examined by alien intelligence. Maya moved across the country shortly after we returned, claiming she needed a fresh start. But I know she's still running from the memories of what we witnessed together. Sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, I find myself standing at my window and scanning the sky for any sign of 3 red lights arranged in a perfect triangle. Part of me hopes never to see them again, but another part, a part I'm ashamed to acknowledge, waits for their return with a mixture of terror and desperate longing for validation. The object we found was never returned to us, and my attempts to locate it through official channels have been met with bureaucratic stonewalling and denial that any such evidence ever existed. The news reports that had seemed so promising at the time were quickly buried and forgotten, replaced by more conventional stories that didn't challenge people's comfortable assumptions about the nature of reality. 3 years later, I remain convinced that Maya and I witnessed something that defied conventional understanding of what is possible in our world. But I've learned to keep that conviction to myself, buried beneath layers of forced normalcy and careful silence. The truth, as they say, is out there, but sometimes the cost of seeking it is higher than anyone should have to pay. I will never return to Cedar Point, and I've made peace with the fact that I may never know the full truth about what we encountered on that distant hilltop. Some experiences are too large and too terrifying for the human mind to fully process, and perhaps ignorance truly is a form of mercy. But on clear nights, when the stars are bright and the world is still, I sometimes catch myself listening for that familiar humming sound, wondering if somewhere out there, beyond the comfortable boundaries of our small world, something is still watching and waiting with patient, inhuman intelligence. God help us all if they ever decide to make contact again.